Call the regular meeting of the Palm Beach County School Board to order at 5:05 p.m. on October 21st, 2020. Mrs. Bass, will you please call the roll?
Here.
Here.
District 3, Karen Brill.
Here.
District 4, Erica Whitfield.
Here.
District 5, Frank Barbieri.
Here.
District 6, Marcia Andrews.
Here.
District 7, Deborah Robinson.
Here.
We have quorum with all 7 board members present. Also present are Superintendent Dr. Donald Fenoy, General Counsel Sean Bernard, Inspector General Teresa Michael, Board Clerk Carol Bass, and Palm Beach County Student Council President Santiago Alvarez. Senior staff members will join us periodically as directed by the superintendent. This meeting is being transcribed by a closed captioner, so remember to speak at a reasonable pace. Will everyone please stand for the pledge to be led by our superintendent, Dr. Fenoy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to welcome the public speakers who are joining us in person today. While your attendance here at the board office is appreciated, please be mindful of important safety protocols that the district now has in place to conform with COVID-19 safety guidelines. Please respect this cautionary warning that in the event of interference with the orderly processes of the meeting, failure to follow the safety protocols and procedures, or otherwise disruptive conduct, this conduct will result in removal of the person from the meeting. Please abide by these protocols so Palm Beach County School Police officers do not have to take action. Board members, for your information as to agenda item BD2, the recommendation to rescind the vote taken at the October 7, 2020 board meeting with respect to Palm Beach County School Board versus William Latson. There are almost 1,300 recorded messages, and of those, despite the efforts of the board clerk and the entire board office, 362 have been processed and loaded into the system by the board office. The time required to listen to just those 362 recordings is 7 hours and 21 minutes. There's still approximately 900 more that will need to be loaded and listened to prior to us taking on BD2 and discussing that item. In light of this, I have discussed our options with the General Counsel. Mrs. Bernard has indicated there are some procedural options available to the board should the board wish to adjourn tonight's meeting at a certain point and continue the meeting to a later date, as well as options that are available to the board should the board wish to temporarily suspend our current rule relating to playing all public comments during any continuation of this meeting. At this time, I ask General Counsel Bernard to address those options for the school board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it is the board's pleasure to adjourn the meeting tonight prior to taking up the item BD2, the board will need to ask the superintendent on the record if he is agreeable to scheduling a continuation of this meeting to finish the agenda at a special or regular meeting on the date agreeable to the board. That would need to occur by board vote. If the superintendent is agreeable, the board will need to vote on a date and time to continue the meeting, and the superintendent will set and properly notice the meeting for that date and time. Secondly, so long as the board does not vote on BD2, the motion to rescind the final order, if it is again the board's pleasure, at any time during this meeting, the board has the option to suspend the rule on public comment being played during the entirety of this meeting. The board can vote to hear public comment up to a certain time and thereafter move to adjourn the meeting until a later date and time. To this end, the board has the authority to vote by 2/3 to suspend the portion of policy 1.03 that voice recorded messages be played during this meeting if it also provides that those messages that have not been played are sent to all of the board members to listen and be posted on the website and made available for the public to listen. To be clear, all public comment relating to BD2 must be heard by the board before the board votes on the motion to rescind the final order. Whether the public comment be heard at the meeting today or whether by listening to those recordings from downloading from the website prior to the continuation of the meeting, at which time the board will vote on the motion to rescind the final order. Again, this is indeed if it's the pleasure of the board. Finally, if it is the pleasure of the board, there is a section in the policy 1.03 that requires that all regular board meetings shall end no later than approximately 10 p.m., except as necessitated to accommodate any remaining public speakers absent a board vote to extend the time of the meeting. There is no requirement by law that all public speakers be heard at a particular meeting, so long as there is a reasonable opportunity to provide the public comment before the board takes action. So long as the board does not take any action on the motion to rescind tonight, this exception in the policy to accommodate any remaining speakers at this meeting before adjournment can also be suspended. Thus, if the board votes by 2/3 to suspend the exceptions portion of that sentence in the policy, after 10 p.m., the board can vote to determine until what time the meeting will continue and then vote to adjourn the meeting. Now, that's a mouthful, so I wanted to kind of walk you through those options now, but I will certainly usher the board through that process if it is indeed the pleasure of the board at that point in the meeting.
So I spent quite a bit of time with General Counsel to try and understand all of that. So what I suggest we do is when I get to the point, I'll ask for a motion to reorder the agenda and move some things around when we get to that point. But we'll continue with the meeting up until 10 o'clock, at which time the board can decide whether they want to continue on, or at that time we can have Mrs. Bernard again and bring back these options for us so we can vote on suspending the meeting at that point and reconvening at a later date, and we can discuss those options when we get there later in the evening. But at this point, we should just move on with the agenda. Ms. Brill?
Thank you. So I have a question for council.
Sure.
If I understood correctly, we cannot vote until we hear all of the messages.
Correct.
And so that would mean that the person in question would remain employed until such time as we have the next whatever meeting.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Robinson.
I just want to clarify, because what I heard was BD2, but we're talking about BRD2. So I just want to clarify.
Correct. Excuse me, BRD2. Thank you for that clarification.
Mrs. Andrews?
Thank you. And the employee that we're talking about is on the board agenda today. So can you tell me how that corresponds to what we're talking about as for his employment with the district?
Mrs. Andrews, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for us to reorder the agenda to move that down to a later part of the agenda. We're probably not going to even get to that today because it's going to depend on what we do with BD. We have BD2 on the agenda. I guess it should be BRD2, but it says BD2. But whatever it is, until we get to BD2, there's no reason to even discuss P3. All right. Go ahead, Mrs. Whitfield.
Thank you. Is it possible for us to finish the rest of the agenda and complete that tonight, and then just separate the speakers related to BRD2 and the items related to BRD2 and just do those at a later date? Or is the whole agenda held up?
Mrs. Whitfield, that's what I'm going to ask for a motion to reorder the agenda. So we're going to move all of that to later so we can finish the entire agenda before we get to that. All right. Ms. Brill?
Just point of clarification for the speakers that are present in the room. The speakers that are present, if we reorder the agenda, are not going to have to wait until after we get through the agenda, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. I was talking to the board clerk.
I was just asking that if the agenda is reordered, that's not going to impact the time that the speakers that are present in the room speak,
That's correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right. If there are no more questions, we'll go ahead and move on with the agenda. The first item would normally be approval of minutes. We have nothing to approve. We've added, the superintendent has added, we have 3 items added for good cause. BRD2, motion to rescind final order in Palm Beach County School Board versus William Latson. Good cause exists to add this item to the agenda to finalize this matter within the 90-day time period required to adopt a final order as prescribed by law. items added by the superintendent, P2 and P3, personnel addendums. These items were added so employees can start in their new positions as soon as possible. Mr. Superintendent, do you have any items to withdraw?
No, sir, I have nothing to withdraw at this time.
Board members, one item has been pulled, that's LD1. Is there any other items that the board members would like to pull? Board clerk, what is the LD1 item? Which one is that?
That is the DOJ
Okay,
agreement.
all right. So at this time, we would normally approve the agenda, so I recommend that we, with the agenda be reordered to move BD2 and P3 to the last two items on the agenda, and that we move all of the recorded BD2 agenda speakers to the point in the agenda immediately before we begin discussing BRD2. So we would take all the speakers that are here this evening during the regular agenda speaker time, including any that are here on BRD2, but all the recorded messages that we have, we would take those up later after the entire agenda is done before we get to BRD2 and P3. Motion by Ms. Brill? No, motion by Dr. Robinson. Is there a second on the motion? By Vice Chairman Shaw. Ms. Brill.
Thank you. I would like to modify your motion to state that the discussion items will follow BRD 2 and P2.
Okay, so that probably, Dr. Robinson, those are your discussion items, some of them, and we're not going to get to those this evening then, if we do that. They're going to be at the reconvene meeting, whenever that is scheduled by the board.
That's fine with me, as long as they are taken up at the very next meeting.
Yes, they'll be on the reconvening of this meeting because they're still on the agenda to follow those items at the end. All right, so we can vote on that motion. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Disclosures and abstentions, are there any by the board members? I see none. Mr. Superintendent, do you have comments?
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to begin by recognizing the more than 1,200 members of the district's transportation team. National School Bus Safety Week runs through October 23rd. Safety is always paramount. The number of miles our drivers travel is surprising to many. Our school bus drivers collectively travel more than 13 million miles a year as they cover nearly 19,000 bus stops across our geographically expansive district every single day. For many of our students, the bus driver is the first to greet and the last to say goodbye to our students every day. They set the tone in many ways for our students. As you may know, before the board elected me as superintendent in 2018, I proudly served as the district's chief operating officer. Transportation was one of those departments I was honored to oversee. I had the opportunity to get to know many of the fine men and women who transport our children. They are a remarkable crew. The district is observing this week dedicated to transportation by recognizing our drivers and increasing the daily safety messages via bus radio communication. Reflecting back on my time working directly with these fine teams, it's difficult to imagine that more than 2.5 years has passed since I was sworn in as superintendent. As a board, you put me in charge of maintaining excellence in education despite any hardship this district may face. I'm also reminded of how quickly time passes. I reflect that this is 1 year ago that this esteemed board conducted my annual review and will do so again this evening. During my evaluation in September of last year, you challenged me to be more intentional, to be creative, and to publicly assert my influence and leadership across the district. You encouraged me to make my mark. I listened carefully, and I knew then, as I know today, that your feedback is intended to inspire me to grow as the leader of this remarkable district. While much has changed over the course of the last year, both globally and here in Palm Beach County, every decision I make is based on my commitment to ensuring that the best interest and wellness of our students is our first priority and central to all decisions. One of the most critical decisions facing the district right now involves accountability regarding a former principal whose emails and subsequent actions unleashed unbridled pain in our community and beyond. On July 10th, 2019, I announced to our district and the greater community that I had lost confidence in Dr. William Lasson's leadership and that I had removed him from his position as principal. I informed Dr. Lasson in a letter that I would recommend his termination in a subsequent school board meeting. As you know, the Division of Administrative Hearings' conclusion was a recommendation that a final order be entered by the Palm Beach County School Board dismissing the charges against Dr. Lasson and rescinding his suspension and termination. Based on the advice of both our general counsel as well as our outside counsel that assisted with this matter, I moved to accept this recommendation. But make no mistake, my lack in the faith of Dr. Lasson's leadership, however, remains the same. I understand and support why our school board has revisited this issue. I applaud the board's leadership. It is imperative that all the facts are clearly understood by all board members, and there is no room for interpretation of the judge's ruling. I also want to be clear it is my assurance to this board and the community that as superintendent, it is my conviction to get to the bottom of the egregious breakdown in the system that allowed this situation to go relatively unchecked for months. I'm in the process of hiring an independent outside agency to conduct a detailed analysis of exactly what went wrong at the earliest stages through where we are right now, so that I can address this, change systems, and prevent something as profoundly disturbing as this from ever happening again to us. In order to enforce accountability, we look at the process and what happened, and then we will determine the next steps. I do regret the pain that this situation has inflicted on this district and the community. You have my word that I will find out exactly what happened, and I will address it. Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Board members, give me 1 minute because the board clerk, to keep me legal here, we took a motion to reorder the agenda. We needed to take a motion now to approve the agenda as reordered. Motion by Vice Chairman Shaw, seconded by Mrs. Andrews. All in favor, opposed, motion carries 7-0. Take us to board comments. Mrs. McQuinn. None? Mrs. Whitfield.
I just wanted to say to everybody who's come to speak and everyone that is on recorded, I want you to know that we hear you. Spent a lot of time reading these comments, and as long as it will be, I am looking forward to hearing what everyone in the community has to say. Thank you.
Ms. Brill.
Thank you. So tonight's meeting is really unprecedented. I've been involved for 25 years in the school district as a parent, an advocate for students with disabilities, and now a board member. And we have never had the number of email messages and speakers for any issue in the past as we have had for item BRD2. It's a reflection of our ability today to provide more access to us for the community, as well as the importance of the vote that we will be making not only to Palm Beach County, but also to the entire country and many others around the world. Since our last meeting, I visited a number of schools, and I continue to be amazed by the work of our teachers and administrators. I watched our teachers interact with students in their classrooms while engaging the students who were signed into their classrooms from home. I don't know how they do it, but I thank all of them for everything they are doing for their students each and every day. On October 8th, I had the privilege of participating in the Education Foundation's Go Teach Awards. I was thrilled to announce the 2020 Beginning Secondary Teacher of the Year, Caitlin Bolander from Wellington Landings Middle School. And then to top that off, I was able to surprise Joshua Peters, a teacher at Hidden Oaks Elementary School, with a bicycle from Regions Bank. Joshua, I was honored to meet your beautiful family. So thank you to all of the community sponsors of this event, and most of all, thank you to our teachers who each and every day go above and beyond to ensure the success of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brill. Mrs. Andrews.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. And I too want to say for all of the people who have called me, who have emailed and texted me as it relates to the item BRD2 that we'll be discussing tonight and continue discussing until we can come up with the solutions that's going to be right for our district. This is unprecedented. And I want you to know I hear you and I hear your concerns. And I'm going to spend all my time and efforts to do what I need to do to make this right for the school district of Palm Beach County. And just over the last few days, I too, Ms. Brill, had an opportunity to be with the Education Foundation where they had the live presentation of the Go Teach Grant Awards. And out in the Glades, we were able to award one of the participants who wrote the grant. And all of the participants who are writing the grants for their children, they're making life better academically, socially, and emotionally. And I want to thank the Education Foundation and all their sponsors for coming up with the monies for teachers all over Palm Beach County who are really committed to their children, writing grants to help them improve student achievement. And lastly, I had a visit to Woodland Middle Schools this week to speak to the Latinos in Action group. What a lovely group. I was able to share my story with them and to encourage them to stay engaged, work hard, and excel in life. Thank you.
Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, everyone. So I am not going to address BRD2 at this point. I am going to address it at the appropriate time. period. Okay. So I was really fortunate. Is Mark there? Oh, you've got it up there. Thank you. So I was really fortunate to participate last week in the Council of Great City Schools Conference. It is always inspirational to hear from school districts around the nation the work that they're doing to improve outcomes and circumstances for children and the adults that are there to serve them. This year, the Council of Great City School had two main areas of focus. One was COVID-19. The second was race and equity. In one breakout, I was encouraged to, quote, show them the data. So I'm changing my monthly board comments from Black History facts to showing you the data. So I'm gonna start with kindergarten readiness, and I'm gonna see if I can learn, oh yeah, I did it. Okay, work the magic clicker. So this, and the board members, I just passed out copies to each of them because I know data could be overwhelming, but I think it's important to tell the story using the data, because I am hopeful that if you look at data as much as I look at data, that we will have some real conversations about how we improve outcomes for our children. So this slide shows kindergarten readiness using the STAR assessment. August 2017 is in blue, August 2018 in orange, and August 2019 is in gray. You will see the lowest kindergarten readiness was with our English language learners. No real surprise here, since the test is in English and therefore a measure of the acquisition of standard English and not really a measure of the child's skills. Then you will see that the other underprepared groups are Hispanics and Blacks. Now, the Hispanic group includes first and second year English language learners. So there again, the measure of English acquisition. But you have to wonder if African American English as a language comes into play when you look at this data. The next slide is iReady data. So the fall of each year is represented in blue, the winter iReady is in orange, and the spring is in gray. So this is August of, you'll see in August of 18 and August of 19, their overall kindergarten readiness decreased. It's unclear why that happened, but it happened throughout the district. But the students rapidly rebounded, and you can see that as you go from the blue to the orange to the gray. So what that means to me is our kindergarten teachers rock, right? Now, if you go, to the next one, this is the gap slide. And so, you know, the gaps tell us a little bit of information. This is kindergarten readiness gaps over 3 years. You will see that the gaps for the male subgroups decreased and for the female subgroups increased. But unfortunately, if you go back into the other data, you will see that each group's readiness dropped from August 17 to August of 18 and partially rebounded in August of 19. So this is not how we want to close the gap. We want to close the gap by everybody improving. And the last slide before you have your eyes roll in the back of your head with all these bar graphs is the disaggregation by race, gender, and socioeconomic status. So this is just August of 2019. So you will note that the going across is the total with all groups, then black male, Hispanic male, white female, and white male. The blue bars are students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, and the orange are students who do not qualify for free and reduced lunch. You will note that black females who are not on free and reduced lunch, in the orange, have the same kindergarten readiness rate as white females on free and reduced lunch. So clearly, socioeconomic status is impactful, but race is also impactful. We need to dig into the whys. So I plan to actually share this same data. I actually already shared this data with Children's Services Council, because Children's Services Council invests a lot of money in kindergarten readiness, and they are also actively working on race and equity issues. So I hope that this little brief data chat inspires us to dig deeper and to work in a collaborative effort to make sure all children, each child, is ready for kindergarten, and then we can continue to work in K-12 to get them to higher and higher heights. So just get your minds ready for data every month. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Vice Chairman Shaw?
Thank you. I want to follow up my comments based upon some of the things that the superintendent said in his opening comments related to BRD 2. I would have never expected that the board would have been in a position that the administrative law judge would have ruled the way he did. And the minute that that ruling came, I'm sure it shocked a lot of people that we were in that position. And people have questioned the reason why I voted the way I did at that last meeting, and I need to just clarify because we didn't need to be at this position. One of the issues that was pending on this entire case was that a referral had been made to the State Department of Education, the Professional Practices Commission, to take action that may have resulted in the removal or ineligibility of Dr. Latson to have a teaching certificate, an administrative certificate. And it was my understanding, and had been from the minute that this started, that one of the things that hindered the Professional Practices Commission from being able to take action was if there was pending litigation. So as a result of the pending litigation with the administrative law judge, we were in a position that we'd see that the state would not take action and consider that case. Even if we had approved or disapproved that, I still believe to this day that it's up to the superintendent and the school board to make employment decisions. And it was our option to make a determination whether or not we would reassign him, reinstate him, and what action we could take. Obviously, he would have the opportunity to appeal whatever decision we made. But his conduct was not appropriate. And I know there were discussions that we had related to the issue of whether or not there was progressive discipline that had been afforded to him. I've been in this district a long time and supervised a lot of people. And from my perspective, and I'm not an attorney, there was more than adequate opportunity for him to have progressive discipline. From the day it happened and the issue was addressed, which was absolutely improper on his part, to the actions of removing him from that school, to expecting him to respond to his supervisors and take responsibility for this, to his final determination that he was going to write a letter to his employees of his school to say this. All of those things were failures on the part of getting adequate conclusion to this. We may not have ever had to be here tonight if we as a board had been in a position that we could have worked with the superintendent to make a decision to not hire him back, do whatever it was. But unfortunately, this entire issue took on a life of its own, and I in no way would want to see the state not have the opportunity to take action and determine whether or not the continuation of his certificate is appropriate. And that's something that none of us on this board, we have no control of that. So I just wanted to be clear that I'm sure there's nobody in this room that believed that his conduct was appropriate. But it was also something that he should never have gotten into, but it's something that should not be in this position because the ball was dropped too many times during the course of this entire case. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Board members, I've got my reports on there. The only thing that I wanted to point out on the chairman's report is the superintendent and I, on behalf of the board yesterday, we met with the representatives from the Nicholas Hospital Foundation and thanked them for a $100,000 donation of masks. They're small masks for the youngest children in the district to fit their small faces. So those were delivered to us, and the superintendent and I were there to thank the Nicholas Hospital Foundation for their donation. We also have the in memoriam, and I'll take care of those before we get to bigger and better things. I'm going to go over those of our employees that have passed away. Austin Beer, a teacher, vocational at John I. Leonard, was born in 1963 and passed away in 2020. Matilde Benavides was a behavioral physical needs assistant at Orchard View Elementary, born 1949, passed away in 2020 in August. Paul Hamilton, a teacher, South Grade Elementary, passed away, born 1976, passed away August 29, 2020. Monica Herring, a behavioral physical needs assistant to Banyan Creek Elementary. She was born in 1982, passed away September 4, 2020. Joanne Hopkins, a school treasurer too at Royal Palm Beach High School. She was born 1961. She passed away August 11, 2020. John Neal, behavioral interventionist associate at William T. Dwyer High School. He was born in 1966. He passed away July 24, 2020. Loni Toussaint, custodian, maintenance and plant operations. He was born in 1969 and died August 29, 2020. And Audrey Wharton, a school office assistant at Watson B. Duncan Middle School, born September 1966 and died September 2020. If we could have a moment of silence for them in remembrance of them and for their families. Thank you, everyone. So now let's get on to some happier things than talking about people that have left us. I believe there's a video that we can start for something that's happening tonight. Mark?
For the last 50-plus years, Chuck Shaw has dedicated his life to education and public service.
Mr. Shaw's legacy here at Okie-Healy for me is just the support of a phenomenal person, just making sure that the kids knew arts were supported.
Mr. Shaw is a proud product of the school district of Palm Beach County. After graduating Forest Hill High School and Florida Atlantic University, he began his teaching career at Berkshire Elementary. He went on to many roles in the district, from principal to area superintendent and director of governmental relations. An advocate for equitable education for all, Mr. Shaw leaves a lasting impression.
I have known Chuck since 1976. He's always, in my book, been top-notch as a teacher and a principal and with the district working on the school board.
The school board wishes to honor and recognize Chuck Shaw for his contributions to the school board and district for many years of dedicated service and for his service to the community.
Board members honored Mr. Shaw with a proclamation celebrating his esteemed career, his Lifetime Achievement Award from the Kiwanis Club of Westside West Palm Beach, and the Palm Beach County Board of Commissioners declaring November 17, 2018 as Chuck Shaw Day. Among his countless other awards, induction into the Palm Beach County Sports Hall of Fame. He also served as chairman of the Florida Palm Investment Pool and spent 22 years with the town of Green Acres. He remains committed to connecting the community and the district.
He's always been accessible to us. He's always been proactive on any of the matters that we have here in the village, and it's just been a pleasure to work with.
Mr. Shaw hired me October 12, 1988 at Northborough Elementary into the school district of Palm Beach County.
Mr. Shaw also takes the time to recognize teachers and staff who go above and beyond, this time by bringing treats to school staff following a fantastic coordinated response to an emergency. Community members whose children were educated by Mr. Shaw appreciate his devotion to Palm Beach County residents.
His heart is just enormous, and he truly, genuinely cares about each and every one of the people in our community.
One elementary school rite of passage near to Mr. Shaw's heart, annual safety patrol trips to Washington, D.C. He was also instrumental in developing the Education Network, the school district's television station and premier video production facility. He's served on the school board since 2012 as member, chairman, and vice chairman. Mr. Shaw still takes every opportunity he can to connect with children, reading to them, supporting extracurricular activities, and helping young minds grow.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
The school School District of Palm Beach County thanks Chuck Shaw for his selfless and tireless dedication to students and the community. We'll miss you on the board, and we know we'll see you around.
Board members, would you like to make some comments? Ms. McQuinn?
You knew I would want to. It is short because how could I possibly do anything more meaningful than the video we just saw? So I was looking for a word that I thought maybe would not be used tonight, that I, over many, many years, have come to know, and I think of Mr. Shaw, all those things we said, but the word for me is respect. Chuck Shaw is respected by municipalities, by, I don't know what governmental institutions he's not respected by, and by schools. And many, many years ago, I came to the district office and charged with revising totally the principal's evaluation, fun times. And strictly, I didn't know Mr. Shaw other than the fact, as an educator, I didn't know him personally. But when I knew that I had to ask someone to serve on a committee who would bring us a fair mind and who had the respect of other principals and district administrators, and so they would help take my word when I brought forward our recommendations. It was Mr. Shaw that I asked to serve on those committees, and I thank you so much for that. And I'm looking forward to finally being able to have lunch with you when we're not under sunshine anymore. Thank you.
Mrs. Whitfield?
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. First of all, I want to say I know how uncomfortable he is right now, and that makes me really happy. He does not like people talking about him, which probably is one of the reasons that he's such a wonderful person, is his high level of humility and the way he has approached this job from the beginning, even from when he was a teacher, I'm sure, though I was not around then, Mr. Shaw. The care and the dedication that he's put into this position. You can see it in every single thing that he does. I want to say briefly that, I knew him before he knew me when I was working at the school district and before I was on the board. And I always looked up to him. I always thought he was an amazing leader. And when I had the opportunity to run for this job, I got a chance to actually talk to him in person. And I was so excited to get to know him a little bit better and to get to be a person who could have regular conversations with him, because I really do think he's such a special person in our community. I'm going to miss most of all your opinion on this board. I look to you for leadership all the time. I think that you are just an unbelievably dedicated servant. You're the type of leader that we all wish we could be. This presentation just really goes to show what you've done for this community, and we can never thank you enough for everything you've done. Personally, I am not ready to let you go. You did not ask my permission, and I really don't know what we're going to do without you, but like Mrs. McQuinn said, I am looking forward to your breakfasts. You've always invited me to them, and I've never made it until now. I would really like to, but I always thought it was inappropriate, so I want to make sure that we keep to sunshine, but I'm going to be asking your opinion for a long time to come. So I just want to say thank you so much for everything you've done for this district. We are going to miss you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodford. Ms. Brill?
Thank you. So I remember, Mr. Shaw, how shocked you were when I went over to you at a political meeting when you announced your candidacy, and I just went over to you and I said, I'm going to support you. And I remember the look in your eyes. I still remember back when you were our lobbyist. I remember many of the steps in your career. But like my colleagues on the board, and I'm going to let out our secret, Mr. Shaw, if you don't mind, I didn't want to let him go. So Mr. Shaw has agreed to serve as my budget committee representative. So when he leaves the board, I'm afraid, Mrs. Whitfield, you can't talk to him about the budget committee stuff because you will be violating sunshine. So, but I cannot say enough. I know this is embarrassing you to the core, so I won't keep going on, but you know, Mr. Shaw brings to this board great institutional knowledge, really a lot of balance. I've not always agreed with him, but that's fine. You know, we all agree not to, not to that we can disagree and still love each other, and he's not agreed with me on everything. But he brings a sensibility, a compassion, a love for the students, a love for the administrators, and a love for everybody involved in education. And so I will just close by saying, I'm not letting you go, and I look forward to you serving on the Budget Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brew. Mrs. Andrews?
And thank you. And Mr. Shaw, what a beautiful evening. The video was absolutely fabulous. All the years you have given your entire life to the School Board of Palm Beach County, the children of the School Board of Palm Beach County, the employees of the School Board of Palm Beach County. We thank you. I sit here and thank you as your peer, teaching within the School District of Palm Beach County with you. You've been a principal, the lobbyist. You've done almost everything that you could do, and now you're serving on the board, and you've done that, and you're moving forward. I can tell you that you always step out of Palm Beach County to learn, to grow, and to develop. We worked together on the Florida School Boards Association for all the years you've been sitting here on the board, and I've been your backup. And when I would go to those meetings, Mr. Shaw, you would be there, and we would be there representing the School Board of Palm Beach County. You've got so many friends in the Florida School Boards Association that sang to you tonight through me. They're going to miss you. They loved your work, and you made a difference for us. And you were on all of those committees with the Florida School Boards Association, and they looked to you for guidance. And so when I think about you, you were out in the Glades. They remembered you as an area superintendent. You've done it all, and we thank you. But guess what? This is your home. You know you're here for us. We know that we can call you when we need you. And now you can just kick up and watch us and provide support to us and pick up the phone and call us so that when we're doing things here, you can help guide us along the way. So congratulations on your retirement from the school board, but not retirement from all the great things that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Dr. Robbins?
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. So you've been my neighbor a little while, right? I have to say my word for you is calm leadership. And I really have appreciated that over time, your ability to be clear and focused on the issues at hand, just as you just did just a few moments ago. And so I will miss that, but now I can access that even more, right? And so just look forward to my phone calls. Thank you.
Mr. Superintendent?
Yeah, so, Mr. Shaw was one of the first members of the board to actively try to get to know me when I first came to Palm Beach County. And I used to think it was because we both had a big swagness. When you're a big man, there's a fraternity that you're in. Now, he's lost a little weight, and now I've lost 50 pounds, so I don't know if we're considered big men anymore. But, I'll never forget the last time I got to see my parents. Mr. Shaw was there. I took them to a restaurant that he took me to called Pete's Place. So if you know anything about Pete's Place, that's Mr. Shaw's place. And so my parents were here to visit pre-COVID, and and my mom was like, I'm hungry. Where are we going to eat? I said, well, there's this place up the street that one of our board members likes to go to. We went there, and Mr. Shaw happened to be there. And he came up and he spoke to my parents, and my father's also a big man with a lot of swag as well. And it was a great conversation, and my parents consistently asked, how was that gentleman doing? And I said, Mom, the thing about him is that he epitomizes integrity. He epitomizes staying true to your core values. And he epitomizes honesty. And I will never forget that, and I will always strive to be that type of man. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. So, Mr. Shaw, you're going to leave some very big shoes behind to fill. In fact, after you're gone and Ms. Ayala takes your seat, The only shoes up here, other than mine, are going to be high heels, so thanks very much for leaving me, leaving me alone with 6. I'll be outnumbered for sure. All joking aside, Ms. Shaw, you and I have differed on various subjects over the years, but I've always respected your thoughtfulness. You're first and foremost an educator whose decisions are always based on what you believe is in the best interest of our students and staff. That video tribute barely scratched the surface of the accomplishments you've made in this district and in the community. I wish you only the best as you begin the next chapter of your life, which I'm sure will be guided by passion and will play a continued instrumental role in improving the lives of others. Now, if the board members would all join me down there in front of that wall that was put up by Mr. Pegg and a few other of Mr. Shaw's friends, we got something that we'd like to give him to remember us by.
Right there. Pete, there's a mic right there for him, right on the table. That handheld. Hand him that, yes. Hand it to Frank. To Frank. Oh, my God. We can't see Dr. Robinson.
Check. We on, Mark? Okay, that was a tough one following the superintendent. I was doing pretty well until superintendent choked up a little bit. You know, us big guys, we're tough, but we're pretty emotional people. So I just wanted to take the time to first thank Mr. Shaw for everything he has done for Palm Beach County School District. I mean, just when you sit back and reflect on all the positions he's held, and I sit back and Dr. Robinson said, you know, how he's calm about handling things. I think Ms. McQuinn said he's just such a wonderful person. And the comments went on and on and on. I could tell you, we're kind of best friends, right? We're a good pair because he's calm and I'm not very calm at all. So it's kind of a nice balance. So I've always appreciated that guidance that Mr. Shaw's given us. But bottom line is, I could tell you there is no one around that loves Palm Beach County School District as much as Mr. Shaw. Mr. Shaw talks about it all the time, how we share stories, believe it or not, right? At Pete's place. And the bottom line is he talks how much what Palm Beach County's done for him. But let's reflect on what Mr. Charles Shaw has done for Palm Beach County School District. I mean, I think one word, that's the kindest person I've ever met. And I can tell you, He's mentored me. He's made me a better person. And I'm forever grateful, Chuck. But this is not the end of our relationship because we're going to be meeting with Pete. I think you're buying breakfast tomorrow morning, so, all right? So now we have some people. He also is very involved in and instrumental with the safety patrol trips to Washington, D.C. So we just have a couple things that we have to give real quick. I know we have a full agenda, but I'm going to tell you right now, this is very important to make sure we honor Mr. Shaw. Okay, Ms. Myers, I believe.
All right, Chuck. So what we have in this bag for you is a golden ticket. And what it says is, any year that you want to ride on the train and come to Washington, D.C. with us, even if you get there another way, you are always welcome with the Palm Beach County Safety Patrol Association.
And now we have Scott McNichols and Joe Snyder is going to make another quick presentation. It kind of sums up the safety patrol trip, but also his career in Palm Beach County. Gentlemen.
Thank you again. Today I'm representing the Palm Beach County Safety Patrols Association. And Mr. Shaw, we just wanted to give you something to reflect on 50 years plus service and the hundreds of thousands of students that you impacted. So your plaque reads, in appreciation of 50 years of incredible leadership and service, thank you for providing opportunities for hundreds of thousands of youth to flourish, positive citizenship, and servitude to the Palm Beach County Safety Patrol Association. We appreciate your tireless dedication and decades of conscious work to our community. Mr. Shaw.
So I hope everyone enjoyed the sign as you were coming into your parking spots this morning. We put that up in the pouring down rain. Superintendent came through as we were finalizing it. But Chuck, Mr. Shaw, I'll call you Chuck tomorrow, all right? Mr. Shaw, thank you so much for your service to our children. We appreciate it so much. We love you, Mr. Shaw.
I don't like surprises. And today I had no idea that any of this would happen. But not only the 50 plus years that I've been in the school district as an employee, this has been the only paycheck that I've ever received in my life has come from Palm Beach County. I've never had another job other than when I was officiating baseball, basketball, football, those kind of things. But I also attended school in Palm Beach County from first grade through graduating from Forest Hill High School. And the memories that I have from being in this district are things that I can never, ever forget. The friendships and the respect that I have, and the fact that we have challenges every single day, but I still believe that we can come through and solve every single problem that we have. There's not a single problem that comes to us that this board can't solve. And sometimes it's painful, and sometimes it's sensitive, and sometimes it's not a lot of fun. But this board has stood up to those challenges for as long as I can remember. And I want to thank everybody so much for this, but you didn't need to do it.
All right, we'll continue. Mr. Alvarez, you would like to give your student government report?
Thank you. Is this working? Yeah? Okay. Thank you. I would first like to start off by saying I am a little upset that I just now got to meet Mr. Shaw because it is very clear that he has been an exceptional leader and person throughout his life. I would like to thank you, Mr. Shaw, for your dedication and hard work to students just like me. We truly appreciate everything you have done for us all these past few years. Over the past few weeks, our student government associations have continued working diligently to make the first quarter of the year seem a little less stressful. Across the county, we have been hosting virtual Spirit Weeks, awareness days, created principal and custodian appreciation videos, and kept our students informed on everything from basic school information to the upcoming election through social media and other forms of information. We are also in the process of planning events for the senior classes. It is important that in a time like this, we not only focus on our academic lives, but we also try to enjoy the best moments of high school while following CDC guidelines. Our first county meeting was a success. On behalf of the entire county executive board, I would like to thank the school board for allowing us to use these chambers to host our meeting. The point of our county meetings is to have productive conversations and share ideas relating to the work we do as student governments. The meeting held breakout rooms that involved the topics of fundraising, health and safety, homecoming, school spirit, public relations, and school service. Over 250 of the students attended, and many expressed how much the sharing of ideas truly helped their student government associations. With the information and knowledge gained from these breakout rooms, students could return to their schools with new ideas to implement. Because in a year with so much change, it is important to work together to find solutions to problems, and this sharing of ideas allowed schools to really share what has been working well for them. We are looking forward to hosting our next meeting on November 12th. Apart from the county meeting, I also attended and co-hosted a Hispanic Heritage Month celebration with Mrs. Patricia Trejo, the Administrative Program Planner for Hispanic Latino Studies for the School District of Palm Beach County. This event was live-streamed through YouTube and was a true success. From guest speakers such as NASA astronaut Jose Hernandez and Alexandra Ayala, first Latina elected to the school board, to performances and presentations of poetry and culture from students all across the county. This event was a true representation of our diverse culture in Palm Beach County, and I was honored to celebrate with my fellow Hispanic and all other community members. Furthermore, I was invited to and attended the first J.C. Mitchell PTA meeting of the year. I didn't really know what to expect. However, I can very confidently say that I left with a smile on my face. This PTA truly works to come up with the best ideas for their Jaguars, and Dr. PJ, along with the other members of the PTA, are doing an amazing job in running this wonderful school. I did inform the PTA that I would be returning to their meetings and would love to be more involved in the process of helping brainstorm ideas for their kids. As always, I would like to thank the school board for always working diligently and making our education and safety your very first priority. Thank you.
Thank you, President Alvarez. That'll take us to elected officials, and I'm sorry, we have committee reports. The Academic Advisory Committee, the Audit Committee, and the Construction Oversight Review Committee reports are attached for the board's review. We do have Chair Charmaine Postal from the DDEC here tonight to give a report for district diversity and in the Equity Committee. Ms. Postal.
Mr. Alvarez, go Jaguar. Thank you for giving us that shout out. DDEC School Board Report for October. The DDEC have met respectively on August 27, 2020 and September 24, 2020 with 2 subcommittee meetings. Details of all meetings can be found on the website under Board Docs in the minutes and or recorded video. On behalf of the DDEC, we welcome our new committee member, Mr. Joseph Sanchez from the Black Chamber of Commerce, also Kimberly Cones, I believe, heading the District Holocaust Department. Equity is defined in policy as both an outcome and an action, and your DDEC has been about action and anticipate results. At the August 27th meeting, we engaged in a presentation on getting to results with respect to developing a racial equity action for your organization. The objective of the presentation included gaining an understanding of the purpose, need, and how best to prepare a racial equity action plan, developing shared racial equity analysis, sharing progress, process, and contributing to the field of learning. The thorough and robust presentation discussed utilization of a racial equity tool, framework, action plan process, structure, accountability, best practices, and much more. Special thanks to Marsha Guthrie, who currently serves on the DDEC as the West Palm Beach NAACP representative, also the Community Planning and Partnership Lead with Children's Service Council of Palm Beach County, presented this presentation. It was well received by the DDEC, and make a mental note, as I do not believe this will be the last time you hear about this topic. For the last few years, we have been able to secure state funding grant of $80,000 that has been used to provide racial equity professional development for district employees. The district has utilized the Racial Equity Institute to provide these professional development. Due to new state guidelines, which limit the amount of funds to be paid to a consultant per day, the state grants that is normally applied for will not be an option this year. Ms. Millen and the Department of Professional Growth is actively searching for another source to provide the funding for this much-needed work. In the meantime, the Department of Professional Growth is moving forward with offering new design courses for culturally responsive leadership and culturally responsive teaching. To date, 423 teachers have registered for Course 1, Introduction to Culturally Teaching, and 202 school-based and/or district leaders have registered for Course 1, Introduction to Culturally Responsive Leadership. For more information about the course that are offered each month, please visit the e-learning portal or contact Ms. Millen directly. In addition, at the next scheduled DDEC meeting, Keisha Starks, Manager of Equity and Access, will be engaging members of the DDEC in the courageous conversation about race protocol and that other district employees have been engaging in. Lastly, the DDEC formed 2 subcommittees. The first subcommittee focused on a possible job description for a chief equity officer for the school district to be shared with the superintendent. This subcommittee met on October 8th with a corresponding follow-up meeting on October 30th at noon. The second subcommittee, Business Diversity and Equity, focused on equitable business practices of the district when doing business with minority companies. The subcommittee met on October 9th. The summary of the subcommittee meetings will be available at the next board meeting, as the report will be shared with the committee at tomorrow's regular meeting. On behalf of the DDEC, thank you to the board members who have contributed to the work that we are doing and continue to show up and show up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Postal. That'll take us to elected officials and delegate speakers. I'll call you 3 at a time if you'd come up to the podiums. Senator Kevin Rader, James Gavrilos, the president of the Ed Foundation, and Chuck Ridley from Unify. Go ahead. Good evening, Senator.
Is it working?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak at this time. First, I want to say I haven't been to a school district meeting in some time, and it's really great to see a lot of friends that I have up here. Really, it'll be, a lot of you know that I'm not running for re-election, so I have 13 days left in office. So this will probably be my last official act of being an elected official. But I actually had to dust this shirt off because I didn't think I'd be here today. Before I talk about why I wanted to be here, I wanted to say I have enormous respect for the district, for all that you do. And I wanted to mention to Mr. Shaw, I've been working with you for probably over 10, 15 years now, and some of the comments made, I absolutely greatly concur. You are a bright star who has given his whole life to public education and specifically to Palm Beach County, and I admire you for that, and thank you for all that you do. But I do have to then, the reason that I'm here, and I've already used a minute of my time, I guess, is that there's a stain on Palm Beach County in the vote that we just took, that you took last week. It's one that I really don't understand, because you voted to reinstate William Latson as a principal in Palm Beach County, a person who on email and in writing has stated that he defends the rights of Holocaust deniers to deny the Holocaust in his school. And he was rightfully fired a year ago, as he should have been, probably more immediately, not waited the 1 year. And to me, this all really goes to Florida Statutes 1003.42, paragraph 2, letter G, which is the mandate of teaching the Holocaust in public schools in the state of Florida. There's no exception to it. There's no one who can make a unitary decision on their own on how they want to teach Holocaust studies, whether they want to do it or not. It's a must. There's about 12 or 13 different things that the legislature has said that must be taught. And one of them is the Holocaust. It's a very simple thing. And I don't understand how you guys got to the point of listening to an administrative law judge who gave a recommendation, and you can refuse the recommendation. I certainly know a lot of bodies that refuse recommendations. The courts are full of lawsuits that are appealed. And I am asking you to do that when this comes to a vote. That was the first part that I wanted to say. The second part is there's something fundamentally wrong. There's an issue in Palm Beach County with management here. And I don't know if it was Ian Saltzman, I don't know if it was Glenda Sheffield, I don't know if it was Keith Oswald, or I don't know if it was the superintendent. But we shouldn't be at this point here trying to figure out why the superintendent just said about a half an hour ago he was going to get down to the bottom of this. Well, that should have happened a year ago when he was fired. That should have happened 2 years ago, why he wrote these emails. And I know the superintendent, I think it's postponed, is going to be having a job evaluation. I would hope that his job evaluation is part of what's going on here and why there's a stain not only in this county, in the state, but it's nationally and internationally. And we need to fix it. And I really implore in my last few seconds to say, I hope that when this comes back up for a revote, that you will do the thing that is obvious, which is not to allow someone who doesn't believe, that believes that people who don't believe that the Holocaust is not a factual event, to not allow them to be principals in our schools or be educators in our district. It's a very simple understanding. And with that, my time has expired, and I thank you greatly.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Gavrilos from our Ed Foundation.
Thank you, Chairman Barbieri. I do a lot of reading, and one of the things I read is a journal on national affairs. It's a journal on domestic policy, many articles of which deal with education. I was going to cite a paragraph tonight to start my report, and there's an interesting irony. Mark Howard, I don't know if you're in the room, the article is authored by a gentleman named Bruno Mano, who is a senior fellow with the Walton Family Foundation, who just awarded the Education Foundation a $100,000 grant for the digital inclusion program. So all of these little coincidences. Mr. Mano says this about education: America is encountering challenges and opportunities. We need to train people with new and different skills than those that were most common just a generation ago. Savvy educators must adapt. Education and curriculum must better prepare children for jobs that simply didn't exist a few years ago. Tonight, I'm proud to talk about 3 programs being funded by your Education Foundation that speak directly to this issue of training new workers for a new economy. Over the past 2 years, we've shared with you the success of our support of the Fire Science Academy at Palm Beach Lakes High School. With a $200,000 grant from JP Morgan Chase, there are 75 students in that academy, and I can happily tell you that the first cohort of 30 will graduate next year, ready to enter the workforce. This year, we're proud to announce a $30,000 grant from Carrier Corporation to enhance the HVAC program at Royal Palm High School. As our friends at Carrier have shared with us, the days of an HVAC technician showing up with a wrench and twisting a wrench and turning a screwdriver to fix the system are gone. HVAC technicians today are computer scientists. They're technologically savvy. Thanks to this grant from Carrier Corporation, our students at Royal Palm High School are preparing for the modern economy. And finally, I am so proud to finally be able to announce a grant of $750,000 from the Frederick A. DeLuca Foundation to start a cybersecurity academy at Santa Lucia's High School. This curriculum will teach these young people attack mechanisms and techniques, intrusion detection and prevention, risk identification, things that were simply unthought of 10 and 20 years ago. More importantly, this grant is going to fund 2 positions, one at Santa Lucia's and one at the district level, to focus on building a pipeline of diversity so that female students and students of color will be encouraged to look at cybersecurity as a career. 3 programs being funded by Your Education Foundation, $200,000 from J.P. Morgan Chase, $30,000 from Carrier, and an amazing $750,000 from the Frederick A. DeLuca Foundation. The business community is committed to supporting programs that train people for a new generation. To the members of the school board and Dr. Fenoy, my son in the Air Force has taught me an expression. Doc, I suspect your dad has shared this with you. When you're up to your armpits in alligators, remember that your objective was to drain the swamp. I'm not stupid. I know I'm the cheerleader. I get up every month and say, go team. I know there's incredible challenges facing you, and I thank God you're sitting up there and I'm not. And everybody who complains about your leadership, throw your hat in the ring and try and sit up there with them. I know there's tough decisions facing. I know you're up to your armpits in alligators, but you're draining the swamp. You're educating children. Our teachers are teaching, and you're preparing kids for a new economy in a new world. And the Ed Foundation is right there with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gavrilis. Another $1 million for our children. Thank you so much for all you do for the children of Palm Beach County. Mr. Ridley from Unify.
Good evening. Is this on?
Yes, it is.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board. My name is Chuck Ridley, and I have the privilege of being the chair of Unify Palm Beach County. And Mr. Shaw, thank you for the many years of service and the interactions you've had with me also. Unify exists for one purpose, and that is to build power for Black people and Black communities. Tonight, Unify will speak about our concerns regarding the William Ladson case. Admittedly, we don't know all the facts. However, Unify want to read a couple of things into the record. First, the Holocaust happened, and it's real. Unify vehemently denounce any acts of anti-Semitism. Yes, I have to have this on while I talk. Thank you. I am really not Donald Trump. Unify also hopes that all concerned with anti-Semitism will stand with us as we work to dismantle white supremacy and structural racism in this county. The next thing I want to discuss is the inequitable treatment that Black administrators receive in Palm Beach County School District. Be clear, we find Mr. Ladson's comments to be disturbing. However, we are aware of many instances in which white principals made choices that are disturbing and in some cases criminal. And they were treated with greater respect, care, and great favor. Examples, a West Boca principal who plagiarized twice. Now, plagiarism is a felony. This principal he still works for the district. He is white, and he is a male. Another example is a principal who, without approval, hosted a show at our school that led to an out-of-control fire in the gymnasium. In the gymnasium, well, you know what I'm trying to say, full of hundreds of children during their learning day. One of the people there caught on fire and ran across the floor in front of the students. This incident is on video. That principal still works for the district. This principal is white and a female. And there are many more stories like this. Our questions to you is, what are you doing to make sure that all of your staff is treated equitably? Lastly, to the issue of the Holocaust and regarding the Holocaust. I'm an active member of the Coalition of Black Student Achievement, and I've been one for more than 15 years. The coalition has fought for cultural competence and dismantling structural racism since its inception. There is no excuse for structural racism. The coalition is aware of many instances where this has been true in this district, and you are too. And I've never seen the level of contempt for the structural racism that happens to children that happen to be black with their families as I see the contempt tonight. Not that you shouldn't be concerned and calling out anti-Semitism if that is indeed the case. What is egregious to me is that I've never seen but only one board member do it at the level of passion that you are doing this tonight. And it speaks so loudly that the reason that you are doing this has very little to do with anti-Semitism and much more to do with the power of the group that is doing the advocacy. And I expect you to do this for every black child and every black family, to eradicate the injustices that people who look like me see. I'm tired of this daggone mask. See each and every day in this school system under your watch. Because if you do anything less, it's an indictment on you and not the ones who have to suffer this injustice each and every day. Thank you.
Ms. Calloway from the Coalition of Black Student Achievement, and then I think that's the last of the elected officials and delegates. Ms. Calloway.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Calloway, and I am the Vice Chair of the Coalition for Black Student Achievement. I am here to address Agenda Item BRD1. The Coalition for Black Student Achievement is extremely disappointed by Superintendent Fenoy's lack of leadership in addressing the educational needs of black children who overwhelmingly and disproportionately suffer as a result of substandard instruction and summer slide, now compounded by the impact of COVID-19. Just as principals are charged with being the instructional leader at their respective schools, Superintendent Fenoy is charged with being the instructional leader of the entire school district. But he has not adequately fulfilled this charge for black students. Superintendent Fenoy has not shown to have the focus, active engagement that should be exhibited by an instructional leader. He has failed to demonstrate that he is knowledgeable of specific district actions meant to help mitigate the educational inequities suffered by black students. Case in point, when recently asked what the district is doing to tackle inequities and educational needs of black students, particularly in these unprecedented times, his response was that since he was not involved in that, the deputy superintendent and the chief academic officer would be the ones to answer those questions. This is fine. However, as the district's instructional leader, the superintendent should have in-depth knowledge of district actions that are taken to address educational issues pertaining to black students, and he should be able to articulate them himself. Prior to his appointment, Dr. Fenoy told members of the Coalition's executive board that as superintendent, he would have to have, and I quote, a critical mass, unquote, of black people from the community before he could address recommendations or suggestions made by the Coalition, because he needed to be careful of any potential backlash. In the opinion of the executive board, This comment disqualified him from the position of superintendent because it implied an indifference to legitimate issues brought to him regarding Black students unless they came from whatever he defined as a critical mass. Nonetheless, the executive board decided not to come out publicly against his appointment. The board wanted to give him a chance. The coalition believes that this past conversation is indeed relevant to your agenda item because it seems to have foreshadowed his seemingly disinterest rather than being actively engaged in the educational needs of Black students during his tenure as superintendent. The critical mass is not how many people come forward on behalf of Black students. Instead, it is the Black students themselves who are the critical mass. Superintendent Fennoy is expected to make a genuine effort to fulfill the district's commitment to meeting the educational needs of Black students. It is the opinion of the coalition that Superintendent Fennoy has not worked diligently enough to fulfill this commitment at an acceptable level. I conclude my comments with the following ABCs of expectations for you to consider in your evaluation of Superintendent Fennoy as they pertain to Black students. A, active engagement in all matters related to the education of Black students. B, be knowledgeable about district activities and offices that support the educational needs of Black students, in particular, the Office of African American, Latino, Holocaust, and Gender Studies. C, clearly commit to immediately and vigorously implement effective interventions to eliminate the inequities affecting the education of Black students. On behalf of the coalition, I want to thank you for listening to the concerns we believe to be pertinent in your evaluation of Superintendent Fennoy's performance as it pertains to Black students. Thank you.
If the IT people are listening, we have 3 recorded delegates: Dr. Garcia from the Hispanic Education Coalition, Dr. Diaz from the Hispanic Education Coalition, and Lynn Pasikas from the Jewish Community Relations Council of the Jewish Federation of Palm Beach County. Would the IT department please play those 3 recorded messages at this time?
Good afternoon, Chairman Barbieri and members of the board. I am Dr. Joaquin Garcia, Chair of the Hispanic Education Coalition of Palm Beach County. The Hispanic Education Coalition filed a request for public information last week to obtain a copy of the Department of Justice complaint, which levied a $198,000 fine on the Palm Beach County School District. It's been over a week since the request was made, and we have not received the record or even an acknowledgement of the request. It is my understanding that the $190,000 fine is just the tip of the iceberg of what it will cost the district to resolve this issue. A final settlement will no doubt include training and financial restitution to injured parties. The final cost to the district will likely be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. While we do not know the details until we read the document, we understand that it concerns discriminatory practices in relation to the employment of candidates who are immigrant or resident aliens by the district's Human Resources Division. We understand that the original fine from DOJ was in the neighborhood of $250,000. It is important to note that DOJ does not fine organizations for breaking rules. Fines levied by DOJ are for illegal activities. Furthermore, the DOJ fine is not related to a single incident. The fine is for ongoing, long-time, repetitive, and established illegal practices. The Hispanic Education Coalition is vitally concerned that all applicants for positions with this district will be evaluated and selected on an equitable basis. We demand that all discriminatory actions be stopped. However, there is little hope that legal activities will cease and transparency will be a value practice for this district. After all, the DOJ report is deliberately hidden from the public by the school district. It appears the preservation of wrongdoers overrides the public right to know. We would like your support in obtaining all documents related to the DOJ complaint.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barbieri and members of the board. I'm Dr. Carlos Diaz, Chair-elect of the Hispanic Education Coalition and Professor Emeritus in the College of Education at FAU. In 1984, the Florida legislature passed a curricular mandate that African American, Latino, and gender and Holocaust studies should be infused in the public schools. After 36 years, what is the state of infusion in the Palm Beach County schools? Certainly the caveat that we have not had enough time to implement this properly is not valid after 36 years. While I will focus on the infusion of Hispanic Latino content, the rationale I provide is equally valid for African American, gender, and Holocaust studies. If we ask a top administrator the responsibilities of the curriculum, what are 3 things that every Palm Beach County graduate will have learned about Latinos after 12 years of school in the district? An honest response is, I cannot identify one. Why is it the case 36 years later? There are 2 main reasons. One, the Hispanic infusion curriculum is not yet written down anywhere. Consequently, what is taught is done at the whim of the principal or the individual teachers. Many principals and teachers do not have a strong background in this area, and people do not teach what they barely know. We need to have the content of Hispanic Latino infusion and the other 3 mandate areas written out in the same manner as the regular curriculum. 2, there is no meaningful accountability mechanism to make sure that even the unwritten Latino infusion content is delivered. A principal checking a box in a teacher's evaluation is not sufficient. I've been pressing this issue with district administrators for over 2 years. Usually one meeting prompts another in the process of kicking the can down the road. When I have pressed on a specific written curriculum, I have been told that I could peruse the blender system to look for Hispanic lessons. As a veteran educator, I know the difference between resources and curriculum. The fact that some resources exist tells me nothing about how many teachers are using them. Curriculum is written with a scope and sequence, and principals and teachers are obligated to deliver it. What would the Hispanic Education Coalition like from this board? A firm commitment from the Board of Administration of the district to write down the Hispanic Latino infusion curriculum, and an effort by the entire curriculum department with a date certain for completion. This task cannot be done by just a small staff in the African American, Latino, Gender, and Holocaust Studies department. It requires an all hands on deck. In a district where 2/3 of students are Black and Hispanic, this content cannot be dessert on the academic table.
Hello, I'm speaking about Board Issue BRD2. I am Lynn Pasekis, the chair of the Jewish Community Relations Council of the Jewish Federation of Palm Beach County. I am grateful that the school board is revisiting this issue, and I do understand there are legal complications in the way this matter was handled. I also appreciate the school board members who understood the serious issues involved here and voted against Mr. Latzin's reinstatement. Denying the Holocaust is considered anti-Semitic according to Section 1000.05 of the Florida State K-20 Education Code. Mr. Latzin not only did this as a principal, but since he was reinstated has said it again. He is not sorry, has not apologized, and seems to not understand at all that this statement would be analogous to someone denying that slavery ever happened in the United States. There has been a concerning growth in anti-Semitism over the last several years. Jews have been beaten, murdered, Jewish businesses have been vandalized, and students have been bullied just because they are Jews. The ADL cites a 12% growth in anti-Semitic incidents over the last year, the highest level since it started keeping track in 1979. and only the most egregious incidents actually get reported to the ADL, not the everyday little incidents that most Jewish students face. When a school district administrator says blatantly anti-Semitic statements, it makes it seem like anti-Semitism does not need to be taken seriously, and this form of discrimination seems acceptable. And when an administrator denies an historical fact, it promulgates and normalizes ignorance within the school community. I had sincerely hoped that Mr. Latson would understand his hurtful behavior and would learn from this, but given his recent statements, that is not the case. I do not believe that the Palm Beach County School District should employ a person whose responsibility it is to educate and be a role model for children, who makes anti-Semitic statements, ignores historical facts, and minimizes a serious form of discrimination. Thank you.
Board members, those are the end of the delegate speakers. We have agenda topic speakers. While I call them their names, if you want to refresh your computers, the new business has been reordered in accordance with the modified agenda that we approved earlier. We have several speakers that are here, quite a few actually. I'll call you in the order that you're on the list. If you please come up to the podiums. Robbie Littles, Rabbi Silver, and Craig Siegler. Anyone, if you can come up. You don't have to come up in that order. Just state your name, please, and watch the clock. You have 3 minutes.
Robbie Littles, representing the bridge builders of Palm Beach County. I want to address the board briefly on 2 issues this evening. One, as it relates to the superintendent, Dr. Fenoy, and your evaluation. I would hope that the board understands its legal relationship to the superintendent and would not impose micromanagement to any degree during his evaluation. I would hope that the board understands that it violated the law recently when Dr. Fenoy several months ago came to the board with a recommendation for reorganization, and all of you summarily rejected his recommendation. That's micromanagement. As I said to you roughly a month ago, check with the legal department and what your former superintendent, Dr. Joseph Carroll, did to the board on 1 or maybe 2 occasions when the school board tried to micromanage him in his selection of a principal. You hired Dr. Fenoy. He is the CEO of the Palm Beach County School District, and from that point on, you really legally can't tell him who to hire, who to recommend for firing. That's his call. How much money must you spend for a jurist to tell you that, or an administrative judge to tell you that? So I would hope as you continue his evaluation, you keep that in mind and treat him fairly. Secondly, as it relates to Principal Latson, it's interesting to listen to the comments tonight, both recorded and in person, because Mr. Latson, or Principal Latson, simply expressed that everyone that did not believe that the Holocaust was a historical fact, based on, the media's report. So Mr. Latson, quite frankly, did not violate the law. But you, members of the board, violate the spirit and the letter of the law when you have white principals 36 years late after the 1994 Florida State promulgation of law that required you to include African and African American history in the curriculum. And that has not sufficiently occurred across the board yet. So ask yourselves very simply, how many white principals are you planning to fire for violating the law on your watch. A tit for a tat. And birds of a feather don't always flock together. I heard a former previous speaker from the Coalition for Black Student Achievement who sort of lambasted the superintendent. Perhaps if you had followed the superintendent's recommendation
Mr. Littles, your time is up. Please wrap it up.
I'm bringing it to an end. Several months ago, when he recommended some administrative changes, it seems to me, if I look at the TO chart, the deputy superintendent is in charge of instruction. It didn't say a part of instruction or a piece of instruction, it said instruction. So maybe if the deputy superintendent had attended to his charge, teachers wouldn't have been distraught when they needed a decision made on whether they would return to class or teach remotely. That's instructional, pure and simple. So maybe the superintendent, having a closer eye on the situation than any and all of you, knew who was performing across the board as it related to teachers and students,
Mr.
and
Silver,
who was not.
Mr. Littles, your time is up. I'm sorry,
Thank
your
you
time
very
is
much.
up. Rabbi Silver, Craig Siegler, please come up to the podium.
Thank you, members of the board. I'm Rabbi Barry Silver, Congregation Lador Vador Social Action Committee and the Interfaith Justice League. I have taught for the school board in my 20s teaching Esau. I was given an award by the school board of Palm Beach County recognizing the Honorable Barry Silver, the Florida House of Representatives, for supporting the school district during the 1997 and 1998 legislative session. I have a son in the district. My wife is a teacher. My brother Noah volunteered for years, and I helped idealistic students to pass a gun safety law which required our schools to be safe. I reached out to the CTA and the school board and asked them to work with dedicated teachers so that they would not have to be faced with the choice of walking into the valley of death or retiring. Rather than opening up their hearts and minds, they opened up their doors to the worst pandemic in a century in a system that the CTA called broken and Dr. Robinson called dangerous. I am immunocompromised, and because my wife is a teacher, I have to quarantine myself in my own house because you refuse to allow even cancer patients to have some type of relief. Holocaust denial is anti-Semitism unmasked, and it is a super spreader of hate and prejudice and arrogance and ignorance. And rather than lose one principal, the school board lost all its principals by refusing to fire the principal for over a year, and when it finally did, according to press reports, did not fire him because he denied the Holocaust, but because he didn't return a phone call while he was on vacation. In court, the school board has argued that Florida Statute 1003 is unenforceable because its terms can't be defined. You have now made it impossible to enforce the law requiring the teaching of the Holocaust, which requires the highest educational standards, because you've told the court twice, in cases that I'm involved with, that this is unenforceable language. And now, if the schools are dangerous, if you put arsenic in kids' food, if a coach were to require kids to run in 100-degree heat and die, you can't enforce any law against them because you said it's unenforceable. To honor the memory of the 6 million Jews who died in the Holocaust and others, you must fire Dr. Latson for denying the Holocaust. You also must repeal your argument that these laws are unenforceable. November 9 to 10 is Crystal Nach, which teaches us the sin of silence. Together united, we'll never be divided. Juntos unidos, jamás vencidos. Toujours unis, nous sommes bénis. Together united, we'll never be divided. Kulanu yachad and lanu pachad. Am Yisrael Chai and Zachor. Thank you very much.
Mr. Siegler, then Rabbi Vigler.
Before my time starts, I want to take the opportunity to thank the board for tonight and having the opportunity to address you. I also want to thank Mr. Shaw for his dedication and his service. And I wrote everyone an email, and I appreciate everyone responding, with the exception of Marcia Andrews and Dr. Deborah Robinson. I wish you had responded. I was 12 years old when we moved to a new community. And part of this new community had a delicatessen on the corner. On my first visit to the delicatessen, I met the owners, a couple, husband and wife. At 12 years old is when I first saw the numbers, the concentration camp numbers on their arms. It had a profound effect on me. And later on in years, I had the opportunity to join Steven Spielberg's Survivors of the Shoah Foundation. And as such, I am an interviewer of Holocaust survivors. I'm also a member of the Simon Wiesenthal Center, dedicated to finding and correcting anti-Semitism wherever it may lie. In the interviews that I did, I learned and heard some horrible things. I learned also that the Nazis were not alone, that there was an issue of collaborators. Do you know what a Jewish life was worth? 2 kilos of sugar and a bottle of vodka for anybody that turned in a Jew. I now live in Jupiter. I'm happy to be here. And I want you to understand the repercussions of your actions. Those actions have disseminated down. You're now not being looked at as just Mr. Latson, but now you are being looked at because this is a worldwide issue. And the Nazis did their best at dehumanizing people, taking their rights away, stripping them of their freedoms. No more education, no more religious opportunity, no more anything, and dehumanizing them to a number. You have a responsibility now because you're looked at as collaborators. I want to take note of the people who voted against or voted for reinstating Mr. Latson. It was Marcia Andrews, Dr. Deborah Robinson, Chuck Shaw, and Barbara McGuinn. We have a saying, never again. And I'm telling everyone, never again will there be 2 kilos of sugar and a bottle of vodka given to anyone. Never again. And I want you to take away one thing from tonight. If numbers are what are you looking for, I want you to look at this number. 6 million. When you reconsider what you do, take in consideration 6 million innocent lives and how you now are affecting them and future lives. Please do the right thing. Be responsible. Never again. Thank you.
Rabbi Vigler.
Can you hear me? I'm Rabbi Vigler from Chabad of Palm Beach Gardens. Thank you to all of our friends who showed up here tonight to show outrage. Thousands of people across the county, across the state, who stood up with their voice messages, who came to show up in person to let us Jews know that we are not alone and that we have friends. The former chief rabbi of the United Kingdom, Jonathan Sacks, spoke before the House of Lords in London about the plague of anti-Semitism. It was his extraordinary portrayal, which I'd like to share with you here tonight. He spoke about the Warsaw Ghetto, which is located in Poland in the center of Warsaw. How could it be that hundreds of thousands of Jews were herded like cattle into the ghetto, treated in subhumane conditions, led to their death, whilst ordinary civilians continued to live their lives outside the 9-foot walls in the center of a metropolitan city? How is this possible? Can you imagine us here in Palm Beach living under such conditions of apathy and indifference of hundreds of thousands of our fellow civilians being led like cattle to their slaughter. He said that it was when anti-Semitism, which formerly was dismissed as a primitive prejudice of the Middle Ages, was reborn. When it was first tolerated, then promoted, it ultimately mutated into the disgusting atrocity which became the Holocaust. My friends, the Holocaust didn't begin in Germany. It began in the metropolises of Paris and London and Berlin, when ordinary and good and upright people like ourselves, people who should have known better, gave respectability to the scourge of anti-Semitism. This is what led ultimately to the great crimes against humanity. The obnoxious and apathetic comments of Mr. William Latson are not only a travesty, they are outright dangerous. They are akin to denying slavery as part of this nation's history. Were we to accept these comments, we would be setting back the clock of human progress and human conscience by hundreds of years. We are putting our future in jeopardy. This is a danger not just for us Jews, but indeed for all of humanity. It is a danger not only now, but especially for the future which unfolds from this moment. To the members of the school board, the world is watching us here tonight. On behalf of the Jewish community, I urge you to set an example and to vote to cancel the employment of Mr. Latson under any and all circumstances at the school board. You cannot build a future on the maligned myths of the past. You cannot build freedom on the basis of hostility and of hate. Thank you.
Mr. Sixler, a Holocaust survivor, and Rabbi Rosenkranz.
School board members of the School District of Palm Beach County, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to address you. Mr. Shaw, mazel tov on your retirement as well. My name is Andy Rosenkranz, and I am here this evening speaking to you in my capacity as both the rabbi at Temple Beth Torah in Wellington and as a board member of the Palm Beach County Board of Rabbis. Your mission statement says that the District of Palm Beach County is committed to providing a world-class education with the most effective staff to foster the knowledge, skills, and ethics required for responsible citizenship. Entrusting an educator to promote ethical teaching means that he must behave morally. Denying the Holocaust is anti-Semitic propaganda. It is both immoral and unethical behavior, and it is in direct violation of your mission statement. For an educator speaking in his official capacity, to not be able to say that the Holocaust is an historical fact is not only ugly and pernicious, but it is painful to Holocaust survivors and their families, the Jewish community, and all citizens of the world who understand that compassion, kindness, and empathy can only exist when we listen and learn from addressing the horrors of the past. Well, what is the use of having a school curriculum if your educators are permitted to forsake it? What has happened to our moral compass when a school principal is allowed to be dismissive of an historical fact that is mandated by the state to be taught to our children? If a child were to approach a teacher and inquire about any mass murdering of a people, the Trail of Tears, the Armenian genocide, American slavery, one would expect a teacher to do what a teacher is tasked to do: teach. Teach about the horrors of that genocide and the lessons we can learn from it. Any obfuscation or wavering of those awful historical accounts would be reprehensible and unacceptable. I do not know Mr. Latson. I do not know what is in his heart, and so I can't say if he is an anti-Semite or not. But that doesn't excuse the impacts of his words, because denying the historical fact of the Holocaust is anti-Semitic. and he should not therefore be allowed to continue his employment in any capacity. Actions have consequences, especially when they are so hurtful to another person, and the result of Mr. Latson's behavior ought to reflect the seriousness of his outrageous conduct. Rabbi Hillel, the great sage from 2,000 years ago, once asked, "If I am not for myself, who will be for me? And if I'm only for myself, what am I?" Each one of us is tasked with doing acts of goodness in the world and for standing up for ourselves when a wrong has been committed. But Hillel explains that more than that, leaders such as yourselves also play an important role in righting a wrong that has been perpetrated against others, in this case, the Jewish people. I implore you, do what is right and just, not only on behalf of the Jewish community, but also on behalf of the students with whom you have been charged to deliver an education based upon moral and ethical principles. Please, don't let either group down again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sixler.
My name is Fixler. I am one of the beliefs that Dr. Laston calls of a survivor of a Holocaust. Standing here today, I'm actually a fact. On March 30th, 1944, I was born in Budapest, Hungary, at the exact time that the Nazi forces invaded Hungary. My mother, father, and I lived in a 5-story building where my father had a store on the first floor. We were rounded up by the Nazis and their collaborators, Hungarian collaborators, and shipped off to the Budapest ghetto. Besides my family, there were 600 other persons who were shipped off to the Budapest ghetto. Out of those 600, my mother and I were the lucky ones. We survived, but 500,000 of those 600,000 Jews were shipped off by train to Auschwitz, where they were brutalized, experimented on, and gassed. These are not beliefs, these are facts. It's an educator's obligation to educate. And when anybody in front of that educator denies the existence of a Holocaust, it becomes the obligation of a decent teacher, principal, to teach otherwise. My father served as a slave laborer because he was pulled out of the Budapest ghetto, sent to Mauthausen, which was one of the many concentration camps, and while marching in line, was asked to step out of line and shot in the head. My mother and I managed to survive because the ghetto was liberated. I think it was sometime like 6 months later. So you had 500,000 Jews murdered within a 6-month period. We left with a man named Samuel Fixler, which is where I get my name, who I thought was my father. Moved to Czechoslovakia, where we lived for several years, till we received sufficient paperwork to emigrate to Israel, where we lived in a refugee camp for 18 months till we got a visa to come here. It's tough to give a life story within 3 minutes, and I apologize. I won't take any more of your time. I don't envy your job, but the Holocaust is real. It should be taught to everyone. And anybody who ignores this, it's just not worth having around. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, as you know, board policy requires us to switch at this point from agenda topic speakers, which we'll come back to quickly, but we have to take non-agenda speakers. So we're going to, I'm sorry, who said something?
Mr. Barbieri, I'd like to just make a motion that we allow only the next speaker, who's a Holocaust survivor, Menachem Warshawski, to speak in case he doesn't want to stay here to go through the rest of the non-agenda speakers?
That's fine. Mr. Warshawski, would you please come up to the podium? You were there. Go ahead.
Please what? Say again.
Can somebody fix his microphone there, please?
Oh. Thank you. Thanks to the board for letting me speak. I am a survivor of Auschwitz. I didn't think that in my 90s I'll have to educate an educator. The Holocaust is history, accepted and acknowledged. The reason why he didn't want to use it and teach it, everybody can explain it their own way. I don't have much time to tell you much about myself. I was interviewed by the Spielbergs some years ago, and they kept me 4.5 hours on camera. So now I'll have 4.5 hours and 3 minutes. I wrote something for the Yom HaShoah, and my rabbi accepted it, and he said I should publish it. And I think perhaps some people have to be told about it again and again and again. I started out with we, the Jewish people, designated Yom HaShoah as the yahrzeit for all the 6 million Jews who were killed in the Holocaust by the German Nazis and their helpers. I also designated this day as the yahrzeit of my family and others that I lost in the Holocaust. Today, I will say the traditional Kaddish for my loving and beloved mother, Batya, the daughter of Sarah Leah and Mendel. My mother was gassed in Auschwitz at the age of 43. I say Kaddish for my father, David Elimelech, the son of Yitzchak and Miriam, who died in Lodz Ghetto at the age of 43 from Nazi-planned starvation. I say Kaddish for my younger brother, Shabtai Eliyahu, who at the age of 7 was kidnapped, stolen from us, and gassed in a killing van with exhaust fumes. This was the early German engineering feat that preceded the gas chamber. He was dumped in a ravine with hundreds of other Jewish kids, and the van went back for more kids. I say Kaddish for my 2 sisters, Machja and Bala, who were gassed together with my mother in Auschwitz at the age of 16 and 18. I say Kaddish for my maternal, paternal grandparents, whom I adored, whose lives were snuffed out by the Germans. Today, I say Kaddish for my classmates, none of whom survived, for my schoolmates at the Darkei Noam School, for the kids of my Zionist youth group, for my friends who died as Jews before they were Bnei Mitzvah and Bnot Mitzvah, for all the members of my synagogue, for my neighbors and for the Jews of my town who no one will remember by name. I also say Kaddish for Aaron Jacobson, one of my Zionist youth leaders in Lodz Ghetto, whom I met again in concentration camp, when he was a mere skeleton, but still with a saintly heart beating in his chest. We were digging a sewer ditch, standing in water so cold we could see ice forming around our legs. The moment the Germans looked away from us, with his finger in the clay on the side of the ditch, he scratched in the Hebrew letters the word Nili, Nun Yud Lamed Yud, the acronym for Netzach Yisrael Lo Yishaker, meaning the existence of the Jewish people shall never be denied. Words from the prophet Samuel. Today I say Kaddish for Aaron. I say Kaddish for many inmates of my concentration camp. I say Kaddish for the Jews whose souls never died, even though their bodies were shot, gassed, tortured, burned, hanged, and beaten to death, because we remember them. I say Kaddish for the particles of ashes from the crematoria, which embedded themselves not only in my nose, in my soul, and in every fiber of my body, they became deeply carved in my memory. I say Kaddish for the children in Auschwitz whose cries I am still hearing so many nights later. I say Kaddish for the beautiful Jewish communities that are no more, and for the extinguished academies of Jewish learning that formed the fire in the souls of our young people. I say Kaddish for 6 million human beings who were Jews, who were my Jewish sisters and brothers, who are flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood, and soul of my Jewish soul, who were executed for being Jewish. When we recite the Kaddish, let us remember that the Holocaust, the Shoah, happened because armed goons and hordes of evil people turned against us for being Jewish. To them, we say what the prophet Samuel said and what my friend Aaron Zichrono Levracha said. Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker. The existence of the Jewish people shall never be denied. I also saw scratches on the wall of the sewer ditch with the Hebrew letters Ayin Yud Ched, standing for Am Yisrael Chai. With us or without us, Aaron added.
Mr. Warshawski, I'm so sorry to do this, but we have so many speakers tonight, so if you'd like to take a few more seconds to wrap it up, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you for letting me speak.
You're so welcome.
And by the way, tell that educator that needs to be re-educated that I missed 5 years of school because of the war.
Thank you for coming tonight. Board members, we break at 7 o'clock, which you all know. Mrs. Brill's brought to my attention that we have two other Holocaust survivors here this evening. So unless anybody has an objection, we're going to violate board policy and we're going to go ahead and take those two Holocaust survivors. So I believe that's Peter Weiss and Phyllis Goldblatt. If you're not Holocaust survivors, please don't come up. I just want to get those two people. Ms. Burrell, those are two people that you were referring to? So if Mr. Weiss and Ms. Goldblatt would like to come up, please try and, we're very interested in hearing all of this, but we have so many speakers tonight, so
Thank
please.
you, Board, and I will be short.
Okay.
My name is Phyllis Ressler Goldblatt, and I am a child of Holocaust survivors. I am here today on behalf of my parents and all survivors who no longer have a voice, and I must be their voice. I was born in a refugee camp, a displaced persons camp in Bamberg, Germany, a place set up by the United Nations for all of the poor, struggling, homeless people left without a home, without a family, or a country. My family was lucky. The United States let us in, eventually. As a child, I overheard my parents' conversations. I saw their tears. I heard the screams of their nightmares and tried to bury my head in my blanket to drown out their sorrow and pain. But now, after all the atrocities they endured, an educator has the audacity to question history, a history of only 80 years ago. It is unbelievable and unacceptable. I have felt the burden of the Holocaust my entire life, and until the pandemic, I spoke at several Palm Beach County high schools. The students were interested, engaging, and asked pointed questions following my talk. And yet, how can we have a principal that is either uneducated or simply a denier? Well, does he know that when the 4th Armored Division of the United States Army liberated a concentration camp, this is what they discovered? Piles of bodies, some covered in lime, others partly disintegrated. General Dwight D. Eisenhower was called in, and I quote him. He said, "Get it all on record. Get the films. Get the witnesses. Because somewhere down the road of history, some bastard will get up and say, this never happened." End of quote. Well, that time in history is here now. Sadly, history is being challenged right here in Palm Beach County at Spanish River High School. Our children deserve better than that. They deserve a principal that represents the truth, a principal that does not question the facts of history or deny history. His certificate should be immediately rescinded on behalf of the 6 million who were murdered for the pure fact that they were Jewish, not to mention the millions slaughtered by gypsies, gays, or handicapped. He should be terminated for the memory of all those righteous of the nations who would not capitulate to the Nazis. I think it is time for this board to stand up for history and take decisive action and remove Mr. William Latson. Thank you.
Mr. Weiss.
Thank you to the board for inviting me and permitting me to address you. My name is Peter Weiss. I live in West Palm Beach. I am also the son of 2 survivors of perhaps the darkest hour in human history, known as the Hungarian Holocaust. That saw more than 600,000 innocent men, women, Jewish children slaughtered over a period of only 7 months between March and December of 1944. It works out to just under 3,000 lives, the same number that were lost on 9/11, every day, day in, day out, 7 days a week. My mother was rescued at age 16 in Budapest thanks to the heroic efforts of a brave and righteous Swedish diplomat named Raoul Wallenberg. My father's mother, my own grandmother, along with 74 of my father's siblings, in-laws, cousins, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, were shipped in cattle cars to a place in Poland called Auschwitz-Birkenau, where on June the 6th, 1944, the same day that the Allies were storming Normandy on D-Day, They were stripped, gassed to death, and their bodies cremated with industrial efficiency. A recent survey revealed that 62% of Americans born after 1995 never heard of the place. These horrific events were part of what has come to be known as the Holocaust and were labeled by the civilized world as crimes against humanity. But to me, they are crimes against my family, crimes that have generated ongoing nightmarish family memories that I and other second-generation survivors have been forced to grow up with. And as enormous as these crimes were, there exists one crime that outweighs them all and is even more unspeakable than all of those already mentioned. And that is the crime of forgetfulness, of dishonoring my family and the millions of other victims by failing to heed their dying wish. Don't forget us, they pleaded as the gas chamber doors were sealed shut. Don't forget what they did to us. Do not permit our memories to go up in smoke as our bodies soon will. And do not allow such a thing to happen ever again. Never again are the words they continue to shout to us from the grave. Remembering such horrors is not easy. The mind prefers to forget and to block out the painful. So it's a struggle to keep the memory alive. But to forget them, or even worse, to deny that they ever happened, risks that they will be repeated. As inheritors of this tragic legacy, we, the children of the survivors, hold a sacred moral duty to make sure that history is not allowed to be ignored. That's why I'm here, to continue that struggle, to make sure that the memory of my innocent family members, so cruelly and hatefully put to death simply because they were Jews, to make sure that their memory will not be erased from history. Dr. Latson has maintained that he did nothing wrong by granting legitimacy to those who question the existence of the Holocaust. It is the obligation of this board to demonstrate to him and to other administrators and faculties in this district and in public school districts around the nation that by giving credence to those anti-Semites who claim the Holocaust never happened, Dr. Latson did in fact do something very wrong. Since such attitudes and twisted thinking winds up influencing thousands of impressionable young minds among our school children, it is an order of magnitude greater. Dr. Latson's failure can best be expressed by the great Jewish philosopher Emil Fackenheim, who spoke of the 11th commandment, "Thou shalt not give Hitler a posthumous victory." Let me close by mentioning that growing up in an American public school system many years ago, I was educated based on what we called the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic. Tonight I come before you in behalf of our county's Holocaust survivors, as well as members of the second and third generations, to strongly urge you to agree to these 3 R's. Reconsider, reject, and revoke your October 7th decision to reinstate Dr. Latson's employment in the Palm Beach County school system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Sarah Quaresma, Elizabeth Murray, and Elizabeth Zrodowski, would you please come up to the podium in that order? Please watch the clock. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chakcho, for being always here for us, teachers and students. You will be appreciated and remembered forever. My name is Sarah Quaresma, a teacher exercising the freedom of speech in order to defend the dignity of our profession and the education of our children. I have 3 concerns I want to share with you, members of the board. It is not a secret that the last year 2 regional superintendents left, and now we have one who took over barely a year ago and had applied in 5 different counties for the position of superintendent, including Sarasota, where also the chief of human resource and the deputy superintendent were competing for the superintendent position. My question is, Dr. Fenoy, if all these deputy superintendent and regional superintendent want to leave Palm Beach School District so bad, do we really need them? Instead of paying them those super mega salaries, can we reinstate that money into that Title I money back into Title I schools? If these people want to live so bad, can we really trust them to guide and direct the education of 172,000 children and the working conditions of 23,000 employees? Can we really think they care about teachers and other employees to be part of the school district negotiation team, to discuss salaries and contracts? Maybe it's time to start cleaning the house or move them around. Concern number 2. In the past 3-4 years, our technology system has changed from Microsoft to Google. Now we use Google Classroom, Google Meet, Google From, Google Document, Google Group, Google Calendar, and whatever you can think is now Google. We also know that our previous superintendent left us to work for some kind of educational and technology company. Is there any relationship between these new technology changes with the previous superintendent? Any conflict of interest? Number 3, last but not least, this Google stuff is also related to YouTube. I understand, and we all know, that when you post a video on YouTube, if you have so many viewers, you get paid. You get money. And now that the district is posting all this training and professional developments on YouTube, do they get extra money for having at least 13,000 teachers watching these mandatory professional training videos? If that is the case, where does the money go? It is overwhelming to watch all these trainings online. Can we put those Title II money back into professional developments? So that way we all get the opportunity to be trained face-to-face with hands-on activities as it was in the past after this coronavirus time. Thank you so much.
Elizabeth Murray, Elizabeth Zerdowski. Again, please watch the clock. We have lots of speakers. 3 minutes is the limit.
I'm actually Elizabeth Zerdowski. Is Ms. Murray here? Should I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Elizabeth, and truthfully, I don't want to be here. But after 17 years in education, 11 as a librarian, I felt I had to address you today because our libraries are in danger. Formerly, principals were told they were no longer allowed to trade off school librarian positions, yet this is currently being done in several schools. Libraries without certified instructional personnel are being left in the hands of clerks. If your guidance counselors left, would the guidance secretary take over providing services to our students? Of course not. So why is this an acceptable choice for libraries? Media centers need to be run by certified media specialists. Previously, we were told that libraries would continue to be remodeled over the next 5 years. This plan was not implemented. Many of our libraries are woefully outdated, and our collections are suffering as well. And now during COVID, our district ebook purchases are on hold at the time when our students need them most. I'm here to ask that you keep this promise that was made by district leadership to revamp our libraries and give our students the libraries they deserve. Ms. Andrews, Ms. Whitfield, you've seen what my students have at Glade Central. Every student in Palm Beach County deserves that. During these difficult times, many schools are using their libraries for overflow, and their librarians are acting as glorified babysitters. Others are supervising FLVS or E2020 labs, proctoring testing, or asked to teach multiple core and elective classes. Is this truly the best use of these spaces and highly educated instructional staff who are categorized by DOE as instructional support? A colleague recently told me, I spend my days helping supervise overflow students. This isn't a library, it's a holding pen. In addition to this, some librarians are being asked to make IDs, manage technology, conduct textbook inventory, as well as take lunch and bus duties. No matter how gifted and dedicated a librarian is, their program will be negatively impacted if they are forced into these situations. So what should a healthy library program look like? Librarians are the ambassadors for independent reading And research consistently shows that fostering a lifelong love of reading produces greater score increases than any other program we can implement. Librarians should be supporting and collaborating with teachers to increase achievement. A librarian can create experiences for students that stay with them for a lifetime. We have some of the most amazing librarians in the country, but they must be empowered by their administrators to do the jobs for which they were hired. The library is the heart of a campus where students should feel safe, accepted, heard, and loved. So I ask you, the board and executive leadership, to check in on your librarians. How are their programs increasing achievement on your campuses? Do they feel valued and respected? Are they able to build library environments where our students can thrive? If the answer is no, then the beating heart of every campus is at best being ignored and at worst being abused. Finally, I know my time's up, but
Yes, ma'am,
I
it's
had
up.
no idea that we would be dealing with the Latson issue tonight. And as somebody who has brought a Holocaust survivor to my school to meet my students, I just want to say that I stand with the Jewish community, and I am very concerned about that situation as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Radowski, Mark Civic, Megan Karlstrom. Carol Rosner. When you come to the podium, since I've called so many names, please say your name when you begin. Please watch the clock. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address the board. My name is Megan Karlstrom, a mother of 3 children in the Palm Beach County School District. I am here because I'm extremely concerned about the health risks posed by mask mandates, especially for our children in schools. Back in March, the world was frightened by the novel coronavirus and took precautions such as lockdown, social distancing, virtual learning, and mandated mask wearing until we had a better idea of what this COVID-19 virus was capable of, to flatten the curve. Now, 7 months later, thankfully, COVID-19 death rates are drastically reduced. Scientists and doctors from around the world have a better understanding of this virus, and there are several treatments available. As is true with science, the more information we gather, the more we need to adjust to the new evidence. Fortunately, the latest data from the CDC and World Health Organization support the need to reduce these no longer necessary overarching policies. Simply put, we now see evidence that masks do not work for the intended purposes of preventing the spread of a coronavirus. The particle size of a coronavirus is 0.125 microns, which can escape out the sides and penetrate directly through the front of a mask. The CDC recently released new data on their website which confirms just this. 85% of symptomatic adults with COVID-19 stated that they were almost always wearing a cloth face covering or mask within 14 days of contracting their illness. Not only are masks irrelevant in stopping the spread of the virus, they are detrimental to our health. The rebreathing of our exhaled air into a mask creates an oxygen deficiency and excess of carbon dioxide, which kills nerve cells in the brain. Acute warning signs of oxygen deprivation are headaches, drowsiness, dizziness, issues with concentration, slowing down of reaction time. Children need their brains to learn, and the brain needs oxygen to function. For children to be forced to keep mask coverings over their noses and mouths for 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, or else be punished, this is unethical. The wearing of masks is also psychologically and socially detrimental to children. There have been plenty of research in psychology conducted over the past 2 decades that show the importance of social development and how children recognize both identity and emotional expressions in faces around them. By covering 2/3 of their face with a mask, children are not able to use or develop this important social skill. Furthermore, this has been a major negative impact on bonding and forming important relationships with friends and teachers. We also now know that the risk of death from COVID-19 is more than 1,000-fold higher in elderly and immunocompromised than the young. on. As for children, COVID-19 is less dangerous than many other viruses, including influenza. According to Robert Redfield, current director of our CDC, children are 5 to 6 times less likely to die from COVID than the flu. So I ask, why are children forced to wear masks? As immunity builds in the population, the risk of infection to all, including the vulnerable, falls. Eventually, all populations will reach natural immunity, the point at which the rate of new infections is stable. As put forth by the Great Barrington Declaration, a document authored by 3 prestigious doctors with over 40,000 signatures from healthcare professionals around the world, the most reasonable approach to balancing risk and benefits of herd immunity is to allow those that are at minimal risk of death, this would be our children, to live normal lives to build up immunity to the virus through natural infection while better protecting those that are at higher risk. To this end, I am proposing the mask mandates for our children in the schools be lifted. It should be the free decision of the parent or guardian as to whether or not they want their child to wear a mask at school. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Zerdowski, Mark Civic, Carol Rosner, Michael Cleveland.
I'm Carol Rosner and appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of the school board and community members. Why I asked to speak is to recognize the district's Office of Diversity in Business Practices, or ODBP, led by Dickie Sykes, along with her strong team of professionals. What they've been able to accomplish these last few months, I'll go into some examples. I've worked locally with Motorola, Pratt & Whitney, some of the larger organizations developing leaders. More recently, I worked in Chattanooga with the nuclear industry to develop a diverse pool of talent in a very traditional organization. Few organizations are as strategic as your office in growing participation by reaching out, training the small minority and women-owned businesses, and helping to open the network up to meet the decision makers. This strategy is a big reason for and behind the win-win for the school district's goods and services contracts, as well as for the businesses. How I've specifically benefited from their training, for one, is by learning to become a certified vendor and how to do that with the district, as well as the relationships and networking opportunities we're afforded. We all might agree that business is often done with those who've had the opportunity to prove themselves or those with whom we have a connection. When the school district transitioned to remote learning, by March 20th, the Diversity Office and Business Practices was ready with an online platform for their business and training continuity. The results include, over the past year, businesses are winning bids from construction of portables to tech operations, computers for students without, delivery of those computers if needed to the homes, as well as upcoming work and professional services to sustain and help diverse businesses to thrive in this economy. We were invited to attend Black History Celebration and hear from a former local student and graduate who went on to succeed as an entrepreneur and appear on the show Shark Tank. A female executive who reported directly to Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, shared how we must be part of the solutions. Additionally, she spoke to the importance of top-down advocacy as your district and school board has been supportive of the Diversity Office. October is the Hispanic Heritage Month celebration. We heard from a young student earlier. The department's 12-week Small Business University is in its 3rd offering, where entrepreneurs, including myself, effectively learn to present more effectively to the decision makers. They've won all kinds of statewide awards, and I thank you for your time in recognizing them.
Thank you. Elizabeth Murray, Mark Civic, Michael Cleveland. Go ahead, sir. State your name for the record.
Good evening, board members, staff. I'm Michael Cleveland, West Palm Beach. History is very important. When I was in school, our history class was about Washington crossing the Delaware, things of that nature. Quite frankly, I couldn't understand how Washington Crossing, Delaware was going to help me in a brick fight in a neighborhood. But nonetheless, we digested that lesson. I'm puzzled, though, because here we're saying that history was made with the Holocaust, or Holocaust is history, but yet we can't question it because we weren't there, and yet we can't dispute it because we have to believe what someone else tells us, which is not fair to a human mind. We have a right to question anything that is told to us for the sake of continuing to learn and understand. I can understand people being persecuted and murdered. I'm also a veteran of Vietnam. I've seen that. You may remember one incident with Kelly. He was somehow found guilty and sent to prison. Also here locally, my grandparents lived in Palm Beach. It's nothing that to the magnitude of the Holocaust, but they were disrespected as well. They were forced off their land. Many of them was killed, drowned in the intercoastal. I question that. I wasn't here, but I questioned. Some of you may remember even a movie years ago with a number of actors, including Jane Ferrantino and O.J. Simpson, where they were supposed to have gone to the moon. One of the guy's wife discovered they was in the desert. And I also, many times, I questioned people going to the moon. I have that right to question. As a human being, I have the right to question and express myself as a human being and as a right of freedom of speech. Quite frankly, I thought I was here at a lynching. Two black men of a high authority are being on trial for something that they see fit to do of their own intelligence. That's what we were hired to do, that's what we were raised to do, and then we have that right to do. Express ourselves as we see fit and understand what is happening in our environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Murray, Mark Civic, either one of you here? Yeah, please. Yeah, thanks. All right, we'll go back to the agenda speakers. Susan Cohn, Israel Gottfried, Marvin Schlanger. Please state your name for the record. Watch the clock. Please, you have 3 minutes.
Good
Susan
evening.
Cohn?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Oh, do you want to go? Oh, I go?
Good evening. My name is Marvin Schlanger, and I am a resident of Palm Beach Gardens. I want to thank the board for the opportunity to speak to you in favor of the motion to rescind the order to rehire Mr. William Latson. Mr. Latson should not be an employee of the school system. I am the son of immigrants who luckily escaped from Europe just before World War II, but we lost essentially all of our family in the Holocaust. My wife's parents were not as fortunate. They did not get out of Europe in time and spent several years in the concentration camps. They were called survivors. Our family is testimony to the fact that the Holocaust is not a belief. It is history, and in our case, it's a very personal history. I'd like to quote from the papers of General Dwight Eisenhower, who was the supreme Allied commander in Europe during World War II. General Eisenhower was writing to his boss, the Army Chief of Staff, about a visit to the Ohrdruf concentration camp. These are Eisenhower's own words, quote, "I made the visit deliberately in order to be in a position to give firsthand evidence of these things if ever in the future there develops a tendency to charge these allegations merely to propaganda." Dwight D. Eisenhower. Either Mr. Latson lacked the knowledge or the courage to respond properly, or he deliberately chose to deny that the Holocaust actually happened. In any event, he failed, and his lack of contrition to this day speaks for itself. Rehiring Mr. Latson in any capacity sends the wrong message that ignorance of the Holocaust or Holocaust denial is acceptable. Young people are dangerously ignorant about the Holocaust, and we have to demand our educators become knowledgeable. The U.S. government and 30 other countries have declared that Holocaust denial is a form of anti-Semitism. Now, I understand there is an administrative ruling about Mr. Latson. However, the board should do the right thing, the moral thing, not rehire Mr. Latson, and if necessary, fight this in court. Your community, your schools, and most importantly, your students deserve this fight. Thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you. After Ms. Cohn, Mr. Gottfried, Mr. Sherrod, please come up to the podium.
Good evening. I wanted to, first of all, thank you all for your service to our children. My name is Susan Cohn, and I try to serve our children in my own way. I'm working toward the day when all children will be taught to love thy neighbor as thyself. I rise this evening to ask you to rise to this historic calling. The Holocaust is not a belief to be politicized. It was a real tragedy, the greatest tragedy in the annals of human history. The systematic extermination of 6 million human beings, including 1.5 million children, just because they were Jewish. To deny that fact is hate. It is anti-Semitism. My thoughts and emotions are best captured in the words and spirit of Elie Wiesel, a man who has inspired many. Mr. Wiesel was a divine messenger and a gifted communicator. He was a reminder of the very worst of mankind, an example of the very best of mankind, and an inspiration to all mankind. He was one of the most prolific of those who survived a period of unfathomable madness, a time in which men had become monsters. He was one of the strong and determined souls who endured the cruelest of cruelty, sparked by the most vicious of hatred. Rather than live a life of sadness, bitterness, or resignation, he overcame the terrible card he had been dealt and chose to dedicate his life to addressing the hatred at its root. He chose love and roused all of us to do the same. We tell our stories not to elicit pity or weeping, he said, but in hopes that the world will become a better world by learning and remembering. He has a moral conscience. The Holocaust is our moral conscience, and we must never lose our moral conscience. He acknowledged that words could not express what he had endured. To directly experience the horrors of Nazi fanaticism in the midst of the systematic extermination of over 6 million people. Yet he was determined to keep the memory alive because he believed that if anything can, it is memory that will save humanity. Indeed, when we lose our memory, we lose our humanity. He knew that for the dead and for the living, we must bear witness. One theme resonates throughout his writing. He was less angered by those who committed the atrocities than by those millions upon millions of seemingly decent people who chose to allow the hate and then eventually allow the Holocaust to take place. Those who chose to believe the lies, those who tried to rationalize the hate, those who allowed fear and insecurity to fuel fanaticism, those who tacitly condoned the injustice, those who put their heads in the sand, those who chose expedience over righteousness, those who believed they were powerless, and so they were. The opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference, he wrote. He referred to a frightening character in Olive Kosky in a speech he gave at the Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial Museum in Jerusalem, Israel, shortly before his death.
Ms. Cohn, you're going to have to wrap it up here.
Sure. He referred to a frightening character in all of Kafka's stories, to the poor messenger who always tried to deliver the message and was unable to do so. Now, 60 years later, he wrote, he said, when the messenger has tried to deliver the message, why should there be anti-Semitism? Why should there be suicide killers? Why should there be hate? It is our role, he said, We must all become the messenger's messengers, he pleaded. It is my hope and my prayer that you will become the messenger's messenger, that you will deliver a powerful message of truth and love to our students, to our community, and to the world. A message that this time, hate will not be tolerated. A message that resonates so loud and so clear that it cannot and must not be denied. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Israel Gottfried, Curtis Sherrod, Angela Silvers. Go ahead, ma'am. First one up to the podium can speak. Just state your name for the record and watch the clock.
Hi, I'm Angela Silvers. I had a whole speech for you, but I can see it's getting redundant because half of you on your phones are not paying attention. I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to tell you a story, my story. I use my mother's last name instead of my father's. My name is Angela Vanderploim. My father was a white supremacist, and my grandfather was in the KKK. My mother is a Jew. These things happen because we're not teaching about the Holocaust in schools. People who have come up here and denied that it happened, the Black Student Union leader who questioned if it was even anti-Semitism, this is what happens when we have educators who deny the Holocaust happened. You are responsible. You're responsible to teach our youth about what has happened. I grew up in a home where my father used to tell me that I was less than because my mother is Jewish. He beat her while she was pregnant with me because she was Jewish. He threatened me and told me if I ever came home with someone who wasn't white and Lutheran, he would beat me and him too. So when you stand up here and these people try to deflect the fact that this is about anti-Semitism, this is about Jewish hatred, and they deflect to other things, I'm aghast. I'm absolutely, absolutely aggravated that someone would take as serious as denying the Holocaust and put it on other problems. Those other problems are for another time. Right now, in the United States, 56.9% of all religious hate crimes are against Jews. New York, Jews are being beaten and assaulted every day on the streets. They have a new bail reform law. They get out within hours, go back, and repeat the same thing. These are violent crimes. We're being shot in our places of worship. We're being stabbed in our homes. And we are going to deny the Holocaust? This is why anti-Semitism is on the rise. In the Middle East, they teach their youth to hate Jews. They deny the Holocaust. Terrorist organizations have a pay-for-slave program where they pay people to kill Jews. In France and the UK, most terrorist attacks are against the Jews. To deny or to say you cannot confirm a historical fact puts these Jewish communities in danger, not just here in West Palm Beach, but across the world. World Jewry is watching you right now. The decision you make today affects our future. 6 million of us died at the hands of the Nazis, and those that denied it happening, people knew, people saw, they remained silent. Will you? I know what happens when you don't educate future people. I've been witness to it. I've endured it myself. This is why it is so important, you on your phone, this is why it's so important for you to pay attention and for you to teach about it, because it's only going to get worse. Never again is now.
Israel Gottfried, Curtis Sherrod, Max Granlofer. Gilda Norwis, Charmaine Postal, Ro Grossman.
Run into the microphone. Get out of here. Good evening. Charmaine Postal speaking in opposition of rescinding the decision made 2 weeks ago. 1003.42, teaching Holocaust is not why we are here. If that was the case, Every high school course selection sheet better have Holocaust, African American Studies, and all the other requirements of Statute 1003.42. Lack of qualification is not why we are here. If that was the case, Dr. Latson would never have been the principal at the prestigious Spanish River High School, period. Truth to the matter is, the original email or whatever was said is not why we are here. If that was the case, in the fall of 2018, this board would have terminated Dr. Latson with no question. Why are we here? You had your turn. Why are we here tonight, continuing to discuss Dr. Latson? Over the last 2 years, he has been terminated, rehired, and now on the verge of being terminated again. Aren't we tired of looking incompetent? Were previous remarks made by Dr. Latson insensitive and responding inappropriately? Absolutely. Dr. Latson was recently rehired by the district, not only because of an administrative ruling recommendation, but also because of his credentials and ability to be a solid educator in our school district. He is an asset. He was an asset. Again, I say he is an asset to our district in educating our children, which last time I checked is what we all yearn for. Why he was placed in Spanish River High School in the first place. Because there is no doubt in my mind would they have allowed him at that school if he didn't have the qualifications. We need our children to learn and succeed. We also want our children to know that people make mistakes, learn from those mistakes, and ultimately can become better people because of what they have discovered. Is politics showing its sometimes ugly face again? Are we now backtracking on an earlier decision to bring an educator back because certain politicians wish to disqualify him? At the end of the day, ask yourself this question. Are we all not here to better the education and future of our students? Or are we here to play politics? Or maybe we are here to open the Pandora box of cancel culture here at the school district of Palm Beach County. Either way, I leave this prayer of Proverbs 17:9, that love prospers when a fault is forgiven, but dwelling on it separates close friends. May peace and mercy prevail.
Being Jewish isn't political.
Maxwell Adelstein, Jonathan Fishman, Richard Krovitz, Steve White. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
My name is Maxwell Adelstein. I'm the Associate Director of Stand With Us Southeast. On the outset, I would like to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to speak and everybody to have the opportunity to say their piece. Now, I've been listening for quite some time now, and from my personal perspective as the grandson of a Holocaust survivor who survived 5 different concentration camps, what you're hearing from the Jewish community isn't about power dynamics. It's not about politics. It's about pain. It's about anguish. It's about intergenerational trauma that we still experience to this very day. And that is not alone to the Jewish people. Other communities feel that too. But for this particular issue, that is what is being experienced right now. Now, on behalf of my organization, I do have some prepared remarks. On October 6th, the Stand With the Center for Combating Anti-Semitism urged the school board to make a rehiring decision regarding William Latson that would best protect the interests of its students. In this regard, we are encouraged that the board will be revisiting its vote to rehire Mr. Latson. What was supposed to be today, but looks like it will be tabled to another day, that vote. It is essential that students are properly educated about the historical facts and tragedy of the world's greatest genocide, and anyone in a position of leadership or educational influence within the school district must be committed to that very basic standard. We hope that the school board's decision will reflect the serious and immense concerns expressed by the community and send a clear message that Holocaust education is about teaching accurate history, not playing politics, There is nothing political here. It is up to all of you to ensure each generation receives proper information about some of the world's darkest days so that we continue to learn from this unthinkable tragedy. And if there are any survivors that are still in the room, I would like to yield the rest of my time to them so they can give their testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am. Just state your name for the record. You have to pull that microphone down a little closer to you.
Good evening. I wish I had a step stool.
We can see you. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Hilda Merwis. In 2018, I joined March of the Living with many South Floridians. I had a personal quest at this week-long event in Poland, and that was to say the Jewish mourner's prayer at the probable site, grave site that is, of my grandmother, aunts, uncles, who perished at the Treblinka concentration camp. Date not known. We visited another site where children from a small town school had been buried, perhaps alive. It was there that my composure disintegrated. You see, I had an image of a 5-year-old cousin and his mom, my mother's sister, hiding in a cellar with dozens other Jews in their town. Tragically, they were discovered. That cellar was set on fire. None survived. And this happened as the war ended. It was this image of a child and those vanished children who would never become adults that I realized I now am a witness who must tell my story and that of others lost during the Holocaust. A witness who must speak out to deniers of the unspeakable, the truth of Nazi atrocities, spurred on by the most educated young and old of Germany's society. These are documented facts. I know that Principal Latson is not here, but this is a message to him and to the board. You are hearing from a child survivor who, with my parents and sister, traumatized, traveled from Poland, thankfully, to a displaced persons camp in Germany after the war. There we awaited to immigrate on a ship bound to the U.S. that was to pass the Statue of Liberty and to finally live a dream only possible in our America. That is my factual history, the history of those, and in addition, the history of those who were gassed, cremated, and buried in open ditches who cannot tell their story. That's up to me and all of you. Educare, the root word of education, means to lead. Sadly, Principal Latson failed to lead when he had an opportunity to teach about consequences of hate and prejudice. We as educators, and yes, I'm retired, have an obligation to learn truth, speak truth, and teach truth to our precious young children and their parents. We cannot claim discomfort. We cannot claim ignorance about the Holocaust when specifically 6 million Jewish lives, including more than 1 million Jewish children and many others, were exterminated. Appreciation of culture and diverse
Ms. Norwich, you're going to have to
communities
wrap it up for us. Okay?
includes educating our young, about the unspeakable effects of anti-Semitism throughout history. We are names, not just numbers. And finally, to members of our school board, do the right thing, send the right message. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
You're welcome. Steve White, Richard Krovitz, Jonathan Fishman. Sir, go ahead and state your name and go ahead.
Richard Kravats.
Go ahead. I'm sorry to mispronounce your name. Go ahead.
I'm from Boca Raton. I wrote 2 books on campus anti-Semitism and hatred of Israel on university campuses, but tonight, since I serve on the Florida board of the Zionist Organization of America, one of the oldest organizations in the country that has been committed to combating anti-Semitism, I'm here tonight to share this statement on behalf of the ZOA. Thank you to the board for reconsidering the appalling decision to rehire William Ladson. We oppose the board rehiring Mr. Ladson in any capacity. Doing so sends students and their families a wrong and dangerous message that Holocaust denial and other forms of anti-Semitism will be excused and tolerated. According to the US government and close to 30 countries around the world, Holocaust denial is a form of anti-Semitism. Young people, as it happens, are dangerously ignorant about the Holocaust. A recent national survey of 1,018 to 39-year-olds, for example, revealed that nearly half of them could not name a single Nazi concentration camp. Even more of them grossly underestimated the number of Jews slaughtered in the Holocaust, erroneously believing that the number is no more than 2 million Jews. Shockingly, almost 20% of those surveyed in New York, for example, incorrectly believe that the Jews themselves caused the Holocaust. This board entrusted Mr. Ladson first and foremost to be an exemplary educator and a model for the teachers in his school. Rehiring him in any capacity sends the dangerous message that Holocaust denial is a viable position. It sends the message that knowing and telling the truth about the deadliest genocide the world has ever witnessed is not an imperative. We implore you, please, do not send this dangerous message. Do the right thing and rescind the vote to rehire William Ladson. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ro Grossman? Okay, one last time on these names. Israel Gottfried, Curtis Sherrod, Max Gronlofer, Ro Grossman, Jonathan Fishman, and Steve White. Go ahead, state your name, sir.
Steve White.
Good.
Okay, so I just have a few quick points I'd like to make regarding the situation with Mr. Ladson. First of all, I'm sure that most people in the audience, and probably every board member and the superintendent, is supporting either Mr. Trump or Mr. Biden. It is well documented that both men have made racist statements in the past, and both men are actually guilty of racist actions. But your support of either candidate indicates that you don't believe that their past racist statements and actions disqualifies them from serving as President of the United States, the highest office in the land. But Mr. Ladson's statement somehow disqualifies him from ever working for the school district. In my opinion, that is the height of hypocrisy. Secondly, it seems that far too often, when someone says anything that offends members of the Jewish community, the comments are labeled as anti-Semitic, and the person is labeled an anti-Semite. As I observe this unwarranted persecution of Mr. Ladson, a black man, I wonder if the actions of those who are persecuting him are motivated by racism, and if the individuals are racist. Lastly, the nation has watched black men, women, and children, such as 12-year-old Tamir Rice, killed by policemen. When these officers are let off, as in the recent case of Breonna Taylor, we are told to respect the decisions of the courts and the grand juries. But now it seems as if members of this board and the community want to ignore or circumvent the ruling of the judge in Mr. Latson's case. Once again, it is the height of hypocrisy. And the state education commissioner wants to revoke Mr. Latson's license because he is supposedly a threat to children. Really? So if Mr. Latson is willing to work for the district after the way that he has been treated, he should be granted the opportunity to do so, and your decision should not be rescinded. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent, that'll take us to new business. No, I'm sorry. We have the board members. You want to pull anything from consent? Seeing recorded non-agenda speakers at this time.
Peace and blessing, School District of Palm Beach County. My name is Carl Muhammad, and I'm a non-agenda speaker. As you examine the high school principal, Mr. William Lassen, for not knowing the history of the Jewish Holocaust, my people, ADOS, the American descendants of slavery, we have, for over 26 years, have been trying to get you to examine us, Florida Statute 1003.428. It appears that the entire school district of Palm Beach County refused to assist our children in the knowledge of themselves. With the deficit model of education that you provide, it is and always have contributed to the miseducation of the Negroes, and you don't appear to notice the destruction that it causes, the non-immigrant blacks specifically. And it continues to create death. It would be better if you would just tell us you don't know what the Florida statute is all about. So would you please examine yourself as a system and do for us what you are doing to examine the Holocaust? All of the non-immigrant blacks are at stake. We don't get the attention from the from the so-called media. You have a system. You can help if you will. And we've been trying to find out what was happening with the CTA, that we can't seem to have them to say anything to you about their concerns from the teacher's perspective. This is a sincere cry because of the pandemic and because of all of the other things that our community continuously go through. We would really appreciate the idea of you as Palm Beach County with your exemplary status, if you would really just make the community to know that Florida Statute 1003.428 is truly a real reality in the educational process here in the state of Florida. It is it's very important to our community, and it's very important to the world of academia. We need your assistance, if you will. And we wish that we could get one of you, like Ms. Brill stood up for the Holocaust. We wish we could get someone to really stand up for what is right for Florida Statute 1003.428 and truly assist the non-immigrant blacks in their efforts in trying to repair some of the damages that the educational system here in the state of Florida has created. It's all of our job, and we're trying to, as a community, trying to really assist you as you continue to try to help us. We were trying to help you, but we need to know clearly, and thank you for your time.
Hi there, my name is Ashley Hobbs. I have two daughters at Wellington High School. I am calling about participation in sports and activities. I'm not sure what topic that is. Anyway, I have two daughters that is on the Wellington High School dance team. Now, this dance team is not like typical schools where it's an art, it's a class, and they perform and do shows. This is a dance team that performs at football games. So it would be the same thing as cheerleaders. It's separate. There's a dance club at school, and there's a performance dance, which is part of the art. But the dance team is just like the cheerleading team, where they're cheering on the players, dancing to the band chants and songs. They can only perform when they have the band playing its music. So to leave them out is like saying football players can't perform at football games or cheerleaders can't. So this needs to be categorized in a different way than how you guys categorize a typical dance team at a school that only performs for shows and is a club. This is a performing sport more than it is an artsy club. Like I said, they only perform to band music when the band performs. And since there will be cheerleaders and there will be football players and there will be part of the band there, the girls should be allowed to perform at the football games. They are not screaming and yelling. There's not going to be a lot of breathiness. They're just performing. And they can do what they need to do while being 6 feet apart. There's plenty of space. They've always had the cheerleaders out there as well as the dance team on the football, the track. That's where they've always stood. So they can space out accordingly and still perform safely. I urge you to reconsider. These kids have worked very hard and auditioned, bought uniforms, and taking this away from them is not right. It's saying that they are less than the football players and less than the cheerleaders, which is not the case. So, like I said, this is not considered an art like you think it is, where they just perform at shows, because they don't perform any other time other than a pep rally, which I don't even know if the school's going to be having at this point. So I would like for you to reconsider for Wellington High School, allow the dance team who performs on the track to be able to perform during the football games, especially with the. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brianna Fallon, and my daughter Jordan is a senior this year at Wellington High School and a member of the dance team. I believe this is an agenda issue, but I'm not sure, to be honest with you. But the reason I'm calling is because we've been notified that they will not be allowed to dance on the sidelines during the football games. Asking you to reconsider that decision, as we know right now only cheerleaders are allowed to dance, to participate in the games. There's no reason in my mind why the girls can't dance during the games, as there's plenty of room to social distance and wear a mask. We have left calls and emails, and for some reason they have been unanswered. As I mentioned, my daughter's a senior, and her team has worked very hard. It would be devastating if they couldn't participate, again, with no good reason. I ask once again that you reconsider your decision, allow these girls to participate for one final time, especially as my daughter is a senior. I thank you for your time, and as I've said it twice already, I ask that you would reconsider that decision, as it can be done safely and properly. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I am not sure that this is an agenda item. I don't believe it is specifically an agenda item, so I don't have a number. My name is Lisa Maida, and I am the parent of a junior who attends a fine arts academy at a district high school. She's also a member of the school's dance team. Auditions were held online this past spring, and the team practiced virtually all summer. Uniforms and other gear were purchased, and the girls are ready to go. The cheerleading squad at this school was only assembled last week, yet I have just learned that they will be allowed at football games and the dancers will not. Lest anyone think I have anything against cheerleaders, let me say I do not. I cheered. My daughter has cheered and danced since she was 4, and she was actually a cheerleader for this school last year before deciding to go out for the dance team. I would feel this way even if she was still on the cheer squad. Apparently, the baton twirlers, the majorettes, and a sides-down version of the band will also be allowed to be at the football games. If the band, twirlers, and majorettes are all considered fine arts clubs, as is the dance team, why are only the dancers being excluded? I would ask the district athletic director, but I have it on good authority that she does not return communication, and time is of the essence here. I have always supported and defended this school board, both on social media and when speaking directly to other district parents. However, that support will cease permanently if you do not correct this grossly unfair oversight and do right by these dancers and their fellow dancers throughout the district. These kids have been through enough. They've had enough taken away. By saying that everybody but the dancers can be at these football games, you are saying who is important and who you care about, and you are saying who you do not feel is important and who you do not care about. And that is not acceptable to me as a citizen and as a parent. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Louise Brandenburg. My daughter is a senior at Wellington High School, and I'm calling to ask you to please reconsider allowing the dance team to participate at the football games. I understand the cheerleaders are going to participate. They just recently had tryouts. The dance team auditioned last March, April. We bought uniforms. We have an investment in this. My daughter, this will be her second year, her senior year. Everything has been taken away from her as far as outside activities. This was the one thing, 3 games, that she was so looking forward to. These girls have been doing virtual practice. They've worked hard on their routines. There's no reason that they can't social distance at this game. I'm asking you to please reconsider allowing them to dance at the football games. It's an unfortunate thing for everyone that's happening, but if the cheerleaders can cheer, it certainly makes sense that these dancers can dance. Allow the parents to send their daughters off to do this for 3 games. Thank you.
Is that it? Okay. So, board members, that brings us to the point of the agenda when we're going to start listening to the request to approve the consent agenda. Motion by Ms. Brill, second by Dr. Robinson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Superintendent, that'll take us to the first item on the agenda, which I guess is ours, and that's BRD 1. Is the HR department going to handle this? Is this how this is?
No, sir.
No?
The board accepts it.
Board members are being handled the results of the superintendent's evaluation with the final evaluation category that he was rated as effective. Unless anybody has any comments, if you would approve that evaluation, I will, and authorize me to sign it, I will sign it and have the superintendent execute it also. Anybody want to speak? Please put your hand. Ms. McQuinn.
I just want to, are we speaking to the recommendation right now?
Yes, ma'am. We have the evaluation in front of us, so yes. Recommend that the board accept and approve the superintendent's annual evaluation. So we have a motion to that effect by Ms. Whitfield, seconded by Vice Chairman Shaw. Under discussion, Ms. McQuinn, go ahead.
Thank you. I have not written any comments on the copies that my fellow board members have in front of them. I met with Dr. Fenoy today for a one-on-one meeting, and he is aware of the scores that I gave him, and also the positives and the opportunities for growth that we talked about. I told Dr. Fenoy that I was going to quote him. Sometime during the beginning of this pandemic, he had said, "In the midst of every crisis lies great opportunity." And I am simply asking that as staff is working on a new strategic plan, I can't quite remember when ours is up, 21, I think, but that we talked about this at the beginning. What have we learned? What best practices have we developed since the pandemic that we're going to promote innovative ways of providing high-quality instruction for all students? And we will get to that talk about equity. I just know we will at some point. And then how have we responded as a school system to be even more responsive to the needs of our students, our staff, and our community? Thank you.
Any other speakers? Ms. Burrow?
Thank you. And so, I combed over the metrics, and I also, kept my thoughts focused on the period ending the end of June. Surely, and if the evaluation was to today, there were certain areas that I might have had more concerns, but I will tell you that I did speak to Dr. Fenoy. I feel very confident that he takes our comments very, very seriously. But I do want to say to my colleagues, if we expect Dr. Fenoy to be able to perform, we have to allow him to make changes to his staff that he deems that necessary. We cannot, there was a speaker that said we can't micromanage him. And so I ask my colleagues on this board to allow our superintendent to do his job, to meet with us, to discuss our concerns, and I look forward to us being able to let him do what he feels needs to be done. Thank you.
Mrs. Andrews?
Thank you. I spent a few minutes with Dr. Fenoy on yesterday, but I'm just really concerned. I'm certainly not interested in micromanaging Dr. Fenoy. That's not what I'm here for. But as I sit here and look at what we're dealing with tonight, this is due to not resolving conflicts and having issues to escalate. This is the second year in a row that I've had that conversation with Dr. Fenoy after his first evaluation. And this evaluation, I'm talking about the same thing, being proactive, discussing and resolving issues before they escalate. Tonight, we're involved in a situation that has escalated. That just cannot be. That's not micromanaging. We want him to do his job so that we don't sit in situations as we're sitting in right now. And yes, I know that Dr. Fenoy said we could not evaluate him after June 30th, but I see the problems that's existing right now with us started before June 30th. And if we had been working on the front end of situations back in March and April, when the pandemic started, when we got into distance learning, I talked to Mr. Tierney. I know he hates to hear me call his name, as I talked to Dr. Fenoy, and I continually press on them to take the leadership, get the work done so that we won't be in these kinds of places. And I'm hoping that as we move forward, that I won't be saying this another year, that we're still in this same boat. And as you looked at his evaluation, and I'm sure he's looked at it, some of these same issues we talked about a year ago.
Any other comments? We'll take a vote. All in favor of the evaluation? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Superintendent, I think on COM 1, Mrs. Andrews wanted to read that one, but if you want to go ahead and read your recommendation.
Mr. Barbieri, may I? I'm afraid I'm a little bit late at the draw here. So I think the appropriate thing, since we just voted on that, is the motion to reconsider, because I would like to amend the vote we just took. So I would like to offer a motion to reconsider accepting his evaluation, please.
We have a motion by Dr. Robinson to reconsider, seconded by...
I couldn't hear what she said.
I didn't realize she wanted to speak, so we voted and she didn't have a chance to speak, so she's made a motion to reconsider so we can reopen it so that she can speak. It was seconded by Ms. McQuinn. Go ahead, Dr. Robinson.
Thank you. So I'm going to keep my comments to a minimum here, but because I think the document would speak for itself. I can just tell you that I am sad and very much disappointed about a number of things. But when I compared my evaluation from last year to this year, I realized that some things have not changed. They have not gotten worse. I mean, they have gotten worse. And so, and part of it has, in my opinion, has to do with leadership and taking responsibility as the CEO. I don't like the games that I see getting played. I would like for us to focus on our mission statement and work on behalf of children. The motion that I want to offer is to ask that Dr. Fennoy bring us back within the next 30 days, a 90-day plan to address all the issues that the board has outlined in his evaluation.
General Counsel, we have a motion on the floor. Remind me of Robert's rules, what we do. We have a second motion being made by Dr. Robinson in the middle of a motion that's already there.
Yes, I'm going to call on Attorney Bruce Harris to chime in on this one.
Okay. Good night, or good evening, what should I say? On the motion to reconsider, I heard a motion and a second, but I didn't hear a vote.
We haven't voted on it yet, Mr. Harris. We're in discussion.
Okay, then the motion to reconsider, Dr. Robinson.
Oh, you know what, Mr. Harris? Dr. Robinson was correct just now. I just realized what she said. We had a motion and a second by Dr. Robinson. We didn't have a vote on that yet. All right. So all in favor?
Yes, that was my point.
Okay. All those in favor of Dr. Robinson's motion to reconsider? Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay.
Now Dr. Robinson wants to make us another motion at this point. Yes?
Right, so we have the motion to accept the superintendent's evaluation is what's before us, correct? That's what is before us again, correct? So I would like to amend that to ask that the board direct the superintendent to bring us back within the next 30 days a plan for the next 90 days to a corrective action plan to show how these issues, he was going to correct these issues that have been noted time and time again. Him address it. Because I'm sorry, we hold the CEOs accountable, not everybody underneath them.
We have a second on Dr. Robinson's motion. Seconded by Mrs. Anders. Discussion on Dr. Robinson's motion. Ms. McQuinn.
Yes, if you look at the individual scores from board members, I don't think we're at all in consensus about what exactly the 90-day plan would look like. I'm, for one, not ready to go there yet. I'd rather he spend his time doing the work that we have to get done rather than a plan to improve his evaluation.
Dr. Robinson.
Thank you. Let me clarify. It's not a plan to improve his evaluation. It's a plan to improve the work getting done that has been reflected in the evaluation. So it's about the work. It really is about the work and about the work for children.
One follow-up, please. Thank you. So again, if you look at the individual scores, they are very skewed. I hate to say this, to the left and to the right, but got to have a little levity here tonight. Anyway, so I'm kind of in the middle. We're way high, we're way low. So I don't know that we are in agreement on what he needs to work on.
Mrs. Sanders.
Yeah, I really think we really have to look at this because we've had some serious trouble with our superintendent and with the leadership here, and I tried to reflect that in my evaluation, and I certainly have never tried to micromanage Dr. Fennoy. But we're sitting through something right now that should have been handled. when I look at the kinds of things that I know need to be done, it starts with the top. It really does. He's got to be able to lead. He's got to be able to do those pieces of the puzzle that gets the rest of his team involved so that we can be where we need to be as it relates to student achievement. We're in a big time right now with testing. The state of Florida says they're not giving us a waiver. So right now, academic achievement is something that's on the line right now. And I do believe that the superintendent has staff, excellent people who do a lot of good work. When I ask him and when I'm looking for him to lead, I'm very disappointed that I don't see that leadership. And I was really appalled that the superintendent would tell me that I could not write down something on my evaluation after June 30th. That was just very disrespectful to me as a board member. I know that he should have been working in a different way early on, and if he had, we wouldn't have had the problems, and we would not be having the problems that we're having right now as it relates to the school district. And if this board doesn't take ownership, even though these scores may be different from different people, we're going to be back here again if we don't take a look at ourselves and our leader here to try to help him to get where he needs to go. Thank you.
Mrs. Whitfield, then Ms. Brill.
Thank you. I'm a little concerned about the idea of giving Dr. Fenoy more work. This past 6 months, I mean, I went across and I made sure to give him an effective rating. I don't think it was the most stellar job done by any human, but I really think in the given circumstances, he's done the best job he can. And I really think that asking for additional work at this juncture is just a bad use of our superintendent's time. I get the idea of having to respond to the criticisms, and I have written some things in there that I haven't had a chance to speak with him about yet, and I plan on doing that at our meeting next week, so we can have a conversation about some of the things that I think that really need to be done. But as far as this district right now, I really just don't think it's a good use of his time. It's a very stressful job to be superintendent in this country right now. It is more stressful than I think our jobs, and our jobs are hard. I think it's more stressful than most positions in the world at this moment. And I think we have to give him some grace. I really think that that's what I want to take away from this moment, is a little bit of grace for us, for him, for everything that's happened. Thank you.
Ms. Brill, then Mrs. Andrews.
Thank you. So first of all, I do want to recognize there are some things that have really been fantastic this past year. For example, getting those computers into the hands of our students. That was because of business relationships. The one thing I will say is Dr. Fenoy has made great strides in being out in the community with, trying to get the resources for us. Everybody has weaknesses, obviously. Dr. Fenoy and I have spoken about it. Communication has been abominable, we've had a lot of issues over the summer, but I focused on the fiscal year. And I have to tell you that I think that the superintendent, I told him last year he needs to be more visible in the schools. Well, he took it to heart. I know he has been. He has been more visible in the schools. So I guess I feel I have the kind of relationship that I'm able to speak to him about what I see. I think it's incumbent upon all of us for the issues that we find that we're not happy with to speak to the superintendent and follow up with him. I don't know that I really feel the need. I agree with Mrs. Whitfield. I don't think we need a formal plan. I think we're in a very unprecedented, and I know people are tired of hearing that, but a very unprecedented era. And face it, we've opened our schools after the fiscal year. We haven't had to shut any down. We haven't had to shut down any classrooms. Do we need to do better with the teachers and remote learning and the principals? Absolutely. But you know what? No one's ever done this before. So, you know what? I feel I have to give Dr. Fenoy a big pass. Last year, I gave him the lowest evaluation, and ironically, this year, I gave him the highest evaluation. because we are surfing through a time like no other, but I think it's incumbent upon us as board members to work with the superintendent to make sure that the things that we see as weaknesses get addressed. Have some workshops here on things that are more global, like education, infusing the Hispanic, African American, the Holocaust education. We can do those things here, but I don't believe that we need to have a formal plan.
Mrs. Andrews?
He is a relatively new superintendent, and when you're new, sometimes you do need some help. It's easy for us to sit here as board members. We're not here every single day, but I just know that I'm very involved in my district and across the county, and I hear voices of a lot of people talking to me about our superintendent not being able to get the job done. And I don't know why that happens with him after I tell him certain kinds of things that I'm looking for high-level leadership, communications, collaboration, and being involved and doing the things that he needs to be doing. I can't make him do anything. But as a new person, just like a new teacher, you know, after 3 years, you kind of have it in line, you get some support and assistance. And that's what that plan that Dr. Robinson is talking about. You put some things down, you can begin to start working on them. It doesn't mean that you're in trouble, but you won't learn to get better if you don't acknowledge you have some issues and begin to work on them to improve. And that's what I'm talking about, because other people are talking about what we're talking about tonight from different angles. Maybe, yes, he's been with the business community, but guess what? I'm looking at the parents who call me each and every day. I'm looking at people out, stakeholders that I deal with every single day. They're asking me, how can I come in and help Dr. Fanoa? I had a gentleman just talk to me yesterday and said that the teachers and the schools, they need a lot of help because it's real critical there. The children need a lot of help, and at the head, the superintendent may not know what to do. Ms. Andrews, would you give him my name so I can come in and help? The people are talking about the need to help our superintendent. He may not see it, but others see it. They're talking about it, and this is why I had to write it, the truth, in my evaluation, because he really does need some help, and we need to give it to him. I don't want this place to break down, and I didn't speak out to say that I know we need some help at the top. He is the CEO. We pay him great money, but I know he's new, and I'm willing to work with him to see if he can turn it around. I know a lot of districts had to go through a lot during this pandemic, and I did work with a lot of districts because of the Council of Great City Schools, but some of our stuff that we're dealing with here in Palm Beach County are unforced errors and problems that we didn't get straight on the front end, and that's why we're dealing with them on the back end. And I talk about it all the time with Ed Tierney, the Chief of Staff, every week, and Dr. Fanoy knows it. And if we don't get this straightened out, we're going to be talking about this again.
Dr. Robinson.
Thank you. So maybe I should call this the Room for Improvement Plan, because this is the problem. He is capable of rising higher. And we as a collective leadership team are able to do better. But we need to. And as the superintendent, the CEO, you will see in my evaluation, I talk about leadership, inspirational leadership, and it is time for that, right? And so, but I said similar things a year ago. Am I going to have to say similar things next year? Like, that's what I'm trying to avoid, because while we are doing whatever we're doing, I get it's a pandemic and none of us have done this before. But it's in times of crisis that true leaders stand up, right? History will tell us that. And I'm saying it is time for Dr. Fanoy to stand up and lean into his greatness. And I need to see that soon, because guess what? While we pity-patting around, children are losing. Children are losing. We're in distance learning. We know who's in distance learning. I had today, Dr. Fanoy told me about a plan for post-COVID slide, okay? But we need, as a leadership team, to focus on where we are trying to go instead of this superficial, pity-pat, media profile exercise, okay? I'm ready to focus on children. Now, if I didn't think Dr. Fenoy had the ability to stand up and lead, I would have been making a different motion, okay? So let's be clear about that, right? But we are losing children. We have teachers leaving because they feel that we have failed them, right? It is time to lead. And Dr. Fenoy, you are the CEO of this school district, and I expect you to lead with the focus on the children. I mean, and my motion stands, but I will call it a room for improvement plan. And that's fine. It's a motion on the table. You call the question.
I want to speak on this. My suggestion is, I was brutally frank with Dr. Fenoy in my evaluation. All of us were. He certainly has the message of what we find as leadership deficiencies. I see no reason to make him come up with a written plan. I think that each of us should take the opportunity to sit with him now and ask him how he's going to cure the deficiencies that each of us have seen here. If you are not all satisfied with what he says, then you can bring up a motion later to do something different. But I just don't, he understands his problems. He understands what we think his issues are. Certainly, he's a grown man. He's got the background to figure out what he needs to do to fix that, I hope. And I think we should just take the opportunity to meet with him instead of requiring him to come up with a written plan that's going to cover so many different things that each of us have issues with. I mean, the plan is going to have to be 600 pages long if he covers everything that each one of us have issues with. I just think that's a lot of work that's not going to bring us the results we want. I think we'd be better off to go over our evaluations with him and ask him how he's going to take care of the issues in each one of our evaluations and leave it at that. So we'll go ahead and take a vote on it at this point and see where we are. All those in favor of Dr. Fenoy coming up with this plan that Dr. Robinson would like him to come up with on the motion, please say yes. Put up your hand. Those against? The motion fails 5-2. Carol brought it to my attention that there's a young man back here that I missed because his name wasn't on the list. So, Mr. Creary, I'm very sorry. If you want to come up to the microphone and tell us what you'd like us to hear tonight.
Mr. Barbieri.
Mr. Barbieri. Thank
Oh,
you.
okay, we got to vote on the main motion. Mr. Creary, hold on for one second.
1 second.
All right, all those in favor of the main motion to accept, opposed? Is that a 7-0? Yes, 7-0. Mr. Creary, go ahead.
Good night. I stand before you today to give a request, an alleviation of my frustrations. My anxiety is boundless, but the necessity of a bold initiative grows more immediate with each passing day as tensions rise from the upcoming election. Each of us in this very room has a different background, a history that defines and marks us to the very last letters of our names. Relatability, however, is a unifier that clusters those very names to create a shared experience that we're able to live under. The civil rights protests of this summer, in contrast, reminded us of the unique isolation of American society to which we are all subjected to. My skin is my stamp. My accent is my marker. Many of the things that define me as a Black immigrant are things I cannot control and are regularly discriminated against. The admittance of the prevalence of this discrimination towards me and other people of color remains combated, remains taboo to the point that it incites discomfort to speak of them. Discomfort in discrimination confronts us all, but many questions remain elusive. What impact will this have on our future? And is racism mutually exclusive to a political party? Our discomfort and questions have become tumultuous as we become more polarized. Efforts to relieve such changes are sidetracked due to our dependency on time to pass and resolve our problems. It's time that we created our own initiative. Mine started from seeing student-made posts within this very district mocking the death of an unarmed Black man gasping for air at the hands of police over a counterfeit $20 bill. The rhetoric and words that plastered these hateful posts disturbed me to the point of taking action. The Atlantic High School Black Student Union is my result. I believe that the students and staff of our district, no matter their political beliefs or alignments, should have an unbiased forum that represents all participants equally, a place where liberals and conservatives of all types can feel safe to discuss current events. Discussions about social issues should no longer be reserved to specific races or labeled as unapproachable topics. As students, our generation needs to assimilate measures of evaluation in order to develop a visceral perspective, creating a group of avid stewards and activists as a result. To achieve this and a greater sense of equality is my motivation. What will motivate you? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I'm sorry we kept you so long.
Good job.
Superintendent, that'll take us back to the new business agenda, COM 1.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I recommend the board proclaim October 2020 as LGBTQ+ History Month.
Motion by Ms. Brill, seconded by Mrs. Andrews. Mrs. Andrews, I believe you wanted to read that proclamation?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Proclamation LGBTQ+ History Month, October 2020. Whereas lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning LGBTQ+ Americans have made and continue to make great and lasting contributions that continue to strengthen the fabric of American society. And whereas LGBTQ+ History Month reminds both the LGBTQ+ and wider communities of important roles LGBTQ+ people have taken in creating the social, legal, and political worlds we live in today. And whereas this month, as we recognize the immeasurable contributions of LGBTQ+ Americans, we renew our commitment to the struggle for equity and equal rights for LGBTQ+ students and staff. And whereas the School District of Palm Beach County is committed to the academic success of all youth and to removing barriers to that end, and we believe that LGBTQ+ youth should feel safe to learn without the fear of harassment or discrimination. And whereas LGBTQ+ educators, students, and families should be supported to live an affirmative life with dignity and respect. And whereas the LGBTQ+ community cuts across every demographic of race, gender, economic status, ethnicity, religion, and region. And whereas the School District of Palm Beach County has taken appropriate measures to address LGBTQ+ bullying, harassment, and educational equity in general through Non-Discrimination Policy 5.001, Anti-Bullying Policy 5.002, and Equity Policy 1.041. And whereas community-based organizations and community leaders have partnered with the School District of Palm Beach County to educate, support, and provide resources to promote safe learning environments for all students and families. And whereas the School District of Palm Beach County appreciates and recognizes the importance of LGBTQ+ History Month as an effective means of educating and calling to action the citizens of Palm Beach County to work together to promote equal protection of all Palm Beach County students and staff, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the superintendent and the school board of Palm Beach County do hereby proclaim October 2020 as LGBTQ+ History Month. done this 21st day of October 2020 in West Palm Beach, Florida. Frank A. Barbieri, Jr., Esquire, Board Chair, Dr. Donald E. Fenoy, II, Superintendent.
Is there any discussion on this motion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mrs. Andrews. Mr. Superintendent, COM2.
Yes, sir. COM2. I recommend the board proclaim October 20th as National Bullying Prevention and Awareness Month.
Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. COM3, Mr. Superintendent.
COM3, I recommend the board proclaim November 9 through 13, 2020 as National School Psychology Week.
Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Mrs. Andrews. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. LD1, Mr. Superintendent.
Yes, sir. LD1, I recommend the board approve the settlement in the matter of the U.S. Department of Justice independent investigation and authorize the superintendent, board chair, and the general counsel to sign all necessary documents.
Motion by Mrs. Andrews, seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. Mrs. Andrews, I believe
Yes,
you pulled that.
Yes, I pulled this and through the chairman to the superintendent. As you heard, we have a speaker tonight asking questions about the settlement agreement. I represent you on the Hispanic Education Coalition Committee for the School District of Palm Beach County. And I know in reading this settlement agreement, I saw it on posted. It was posted a little late. I know they were trying to get this information a little earlier, but I think it behooves us, the school board, to reach out to the Hispanic Education Committee and talk with them about what this settlement is all about and solicit their help, because it's not just about the $190,000 that the district is going to have to pay, but it's about educating the community and making sure that we can have them help us to get better and making sure that we don't leave any applicants behind through the process. And they're the ones out in the community. So I'm asking the superintendent to ask the Human Resources Department, maybe legal, to get with HEC and see if you could go through the settlement agreement and find out how they can help us so that we can do a better job here with the School District of Palm Beach County to help the people of our community that we have had some issues with as it related to the department, the United States Department of Justice, coming in here telling us that we have to do a better job in working with our own population right here in Palm Beach County, our Hispanic people right here in the community, and others that have been denied access for employment.
Yes, ma'am. So the training has already been developed, and I'll be glad to direct staff to reach out to HEC to go over everything that the legal team and HR have done in reference to this. Yes, ma'am, it's done.
Mr. Superintendent, I'd like to ask that you allow the school board's general counsel to work with the HR division to make sure that all of these issues are cleared up and that there's a plan in place to make sure that there's no recurrence, and that the general counsel feels that at that point feels that everything is being done properly so that we don't have a reoccurrence.
Yes, the general counsel's office will do that and is already in the process of working with HR on the training and has actually prepared an extensive training, some extensive training materials on this.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Brew.
Beyond the trainings, just want to ask council, if things arise where you see we need policy changes, if there's anything in our policy that's lacking, I would greatly appreciate you bringing it back. I think we need to review it and adjust the policy accordingly.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no further discussion, we'll take a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. P2.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I recommend the board approve the personal addendum as submitted.
Motion by Vice Chairman Shaw, second by Dr. Robinson. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, so the next item on the agenda would be BRD2, but we have some recorded non-agenda speakers that I didn't call on at that point because we had already taken a half an hour, which is our board policy for non-agenda speakers in the middle of a meeting. So I'll ask the IT department to play the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the recordings for the Latson issue. At some point, if the board members, at this point, we can go till 10 o'clock, and the board will have to make a motion if you want to extend at that point and listen to more. And at that, whatever time you all want to stop, the general counsel will tell us what our alternatives are. Ms. Whitfield?
Can we just talk about what we're going to do after 10 o'clock? I think it would be better to talk about it now rather than waiting until 10. Can we just have that conversation?
Yeah, let's talk about that, because I have discussed this with the administration and with the general counsel. So probably the best thing for us to do, if the superintendent will agree, and he's already indicated he would agree to put it on whenever we needed to, is to put the reconvening of this meeting on for Monday, November 2nd. The problem we have is there's 900 and some more voicemail messages that need to be processed. Now, just so you understand, the board office has to listen to every single one to make sure there's no FCC violations with any profanity and it has to listen for the name and all that. So those all have to get loaded into the system, and then we all have to listen to them before we can actually discuss BRD2. So I'm suggesting, and we also have the publication requirements, because Mr. Harris, who makes sure we stay out of trouble, has indicated that we have to have a 5-day, the regular publication. So that gives the board office time to download all of these, gives us time to listen to all of them, lets us publicize it, and we get it on the agenda for Monday, November 2nd. If we start at 9 a.m. in the morning, hopefully we can get through the agenda. If we decide we're going to waive the whatever that waiver is, that we don't have to listen to them at the meeting, as long as we all agree we're going to listen to them before Monday, November 2nd, then we don't have to listen to all of them that day. We just have to get through them before we get to that day. Ms. Brill, do you have a question?
I actually have a comment. So my concern is that if we do vote to rescind the order, then we need to come back with a new order by November 11th. So we've got to make sure that we have enough time, and we have to go through all the transcripts in order to do that in a legal fashion. So I'm concerned about that. If the majority wants to listen to the recordings at home, I'm fine with it. I think it's, I would have preferred that we sat through several hours of them, because I think it's a little disrespectful to those that made the time to call in. I think that they need to be heard. I do believe there may be some survivors that called in, but I'm real concerned that we're going to be cutting ourselves short. And I think, Mr. Barbieri, I was told that you're not going to be around on November 4th, and counsel also told me that if we were to end the meeting at like 1 minute past 12 tonight and then continue the next day, that we wouldn't have to advertise it.
Well, I tried that. And I asked the general counsel's office, that was my idea, to go 1 minute past midnight, and then we're still on Thursday. And then we take a break for like 7 hours. We just take a break like we do when we take a break. That won't work. Apparently, there's Robert's rules don't allow us to take a 7-hour break in the middle of a meeting. The problem, we have a meeting already scheduled for November 4th. So we can't reconvene this meeting on the same day we have another meeting, or we could, but we're going to have to do something with the November 4th meeting that's already there. When I talked to the general counsel's office, actually, Mr. Littlejohn, he indicated that if we have the meeting on November 2nd, he has plenty of time to work with all of you that week and still get all your ideas ready for the final order, the things you'd like to see changed, and get it back to us in time to discuss it with everybody that week and then get it on the agenda for the 11th. Ms. Whitfield.
Can I just do a follow-up?
Yep.
So just as a point of clarification, then if we do know, because I'm concerned about that order, the revised order, my understanding is that we are to discuss it on the night that we vote. So is Mr. Littlejohn going to work with us prior, or how is that going to work?
Mr. Littlejohn, would you come up to that podium and explain to the board what we think we can get done here?
Good evening, Board. So if you reschedule a meeting for November the 2nd, yes, I will work with you between now and then to talk about any questions that you want to put in, any objections that you want to put into the order. And yes, we will do that. We would expect for you all to discuss and agree upon what the order would look like at the 2nd, on the meeting on the 2nd, and then we would turn that around, give it to you, in advance of the meeting on the 11th, so you can look at it again, make sure it has everything you want, and hopefully there wouldn't be any further amendments on the 11th, but if there are, we would be prepared to make those after you voted on them at the 11th, on the 11th.
Ms. Whitfield and then Ms. McQuinn, you have questions?
My biggest concern is that if we have 1,300 recorded messages, my simple math gets us to over 60 hours of time that we need to listen to. If we have to listen to all that before Monday, even every day at 12 hours a day of listening doesn't really get us.
It's Monday a week from this coming
It's
Monday.
a week from.
Oh, a week. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we have like 10.
Like, I can't imagine getting this done by Monday. Sorry, I didn't realize what day it was.
That's why I think we need the extra time, because we have 362 tonight, and it's 7 hours, so I imagine 900 of them is going to take 3 times that amount, so we're looking at like 21 hours of listening to these messages. We have to listen to them before we discuss the issue. That's a requirement. We have to listen to public comment. Ms. McQuinn?
So you're suggesting that we listen to them when?
Between whatever we don't listen to tonight, we'll continue listening to at home, and then the board office will make available all the other ones over the next, whatever time it takes them to get them to us over the next 4 or 5 days. So we have all that extra time to listen to them instead of sitting here for 20 hours and keeping staff here and the TV cameras going. And
I think going until midnight tonight dishonors the speakers, because frankly, it's hard to stay focused for that long.
All right.
Just
So we can go a couple more hours. It's 9 o'clock. We typically, we go to 10, and then the board could make some motions to extend for half an hour at a time if you want to go to 10, 10:30, 11 o'clock. At least we can get started. Ms. Brew?
Or we could make a motion now for the time. I think it's disrespectful to only listen to the speakers for 1 hour. So, I mean, if we want to put an hour on it now and do it and then just let it roll until whatever time we vote on, I'd be fine with that.
All right, well, if we're going to do that, then we probably should make get some motions on when we're going to reconvene. And so, again, would you explain exactly what we can do and what we can't do, General Counsel?
Okay. So to address the recorded messages piece, because of our policy, we have 2 potential motions that would need to be made, and that's a motion to suspend the piece about recorded messages being played. It'll have to be stated on the record that provided that those messages that have not been played are sent to the board members to listen and be posted on the website and made available to the public to listen. So that's a motion that would have to occur. We're also going to need a motion to suspend the portion of the policy which reads, and it's taken from the section that says that all regular board meetings shall end no later than approximately 10 p.m. except as, and this is the sentence that would need to be moved to for suspension, the except as necessitated to accommodate any remaining public speakers. So that piece there would need to be a motion to suspend that sentence. And then we would need a motion to adjourn the meeting until whatever date. It sounds like it's going to be November the 2nd to begin at, sounds like it's going to be 9 o'clock for the continuation of the meeting. So those are the motions that would need to occur.
Okay, so if everybody is in agreement, we'll start with the first motion, which would be the motion to waive the rules requiring us to listen to all of these recordings at an open meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But you include that needs to be included with the message that they will be played, they will be, that those messages that were not played are sent to all board members to listen, so that's critical, to listen, and that it will be posted on the website and made available to the public.
All right, so who made that motion? Mrs. Whitfield? And do we have a second? Vice Chairman Shaw, is there any discussion on that motion? Dr. Robinson?
I just have a question. I guess it's a technical question because you're saying sent to the board members, so that means we'll have like a gazillion MP3s or 4s or whatever MPs it is?
Link, probably a
You can
link.
probably put it in a link, I would imagine.
Carol can respond. She's raising her
It
hand.
is currently in a drive file, so I'll give you permission to the drive, and you'll just see them, and you'll just open them one at a time
Okay.
and listen to them that way.
Can you make them, I'm sorry, can you just make them, run?
I personally can't do
Okay.
that, but maybe some IT people. That's how we load them when we process them.
Okay.
They are in there by their name, so then you actually
yeah.
see their name
Okay.
with the comments.
So we can have IT run them, make us a file that like we have when they run them for us, so that we can start playing it and we don't have to keep clicking every time one stops and go back and grab the next one.
And the same voices will be made available to the public.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, is there any further discussion on that motion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. The next motion will be to suspend the portion of the policy that requires general counsel.
The sentence in policy 1.03 that says, except as necessitated to accommodate any remaining public speakers, absent a board vote to extend the time of the meeting.
Motion by Vice Chairman Shaw, second by Mrs. Andrews. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. The third one would be to set the meeting. Mr. Superintendent, do you have any issue with Monday, this November 2nd?
Sir, I do not have any issues with that.
Board members, I suggest we start at 9, just in case something goes wrong, so we're not looking at doing this again. So if we can do it at 9 o'clock in the morning, hopefully we can get through it and get all the discussions done at that point. So if we have a motion to set it for November 2nd at 9 a.m. by Mrs. McQuinn, seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
May I ask a question?
Pardon me?
May I ask a question?
No.
Is this a continuation of the meeting? And if it's a brand-new meeting that I have to advertise, are we now opening it up for new speakers?
General counsel?
You should probably amend the motion to make sure that you state that it is a that it is.
Just mentioned Russia, and then went on to Iran. Well,
Mr. Harris, hold on a minute, if that's you speaking.
that's not a sterling motivation.
Did you want me to speak, Ms. Bernard?
The general
Sure.
counsel was speaking first.
There's
Hold
some
on a
other
minute.
feed, but Bruce, you can go ahead.
Yeah, it would need to be noticed again in any event. As it sounds like it would be a continued regular meeting.
So it's a notice of a continuation of this meeting. Is that correct, Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Okay. So the other question that the board clerk has is, does she have to accept additional commentary from the public for that continuation?
Yes.
Why not? You know that this is going to be something where people are only going to want to know what you can show. You showed the email.
What is that? Mark, can you turn that microphone off, whoever that is?
Found any proof? It smacks of politics.
All right, so you're not suggesting, you're saying that the board office has to accept additional commentary from the public, so more recordings will come in, and we have to take additional speakers that want to sign up to speak on Monday, November 2nd.
Correct, but the speakers are not entitled to a second bite at the apple, so to speak. So any speakers that appear would have, or recorded messages would have to be new speakers.
So the problem, and I understand, I guess if we're going to, do it by the way Mr. Harris and Robert's rules suggest, but just keep in mind that there's 1,270 messages that the board clerk is now going to have to check the phone numbers from all the new ones against the old ones to make sure we're not getting duplications, or the names, which is going to be impossible because people could call from a different phone and now they're leaving messages again. I mean, I simply don't understand why, if it's a continuation of the meeting, Mr. Harris, we've already passed the point where people can sign up and speak. We have 1,200 people that want to speak to us. Why do we have to accept additional ones? We've already given everybody notice that this is on the agenda. All we're doing is continuing this meeting. We're already past the time to sign up for additional speakers. So why are we having to do this? We risk the chance of getting another 1,200 speakers and not being able to finish on Monday. And then what do? We're going to miss the deadline on the 11th.
Well, I can say this, Mr. Chair, that we can continue downloading the recordings so that the board members can hear them prior to the start of that board meeting. Yes, it is going to be a lot of work to do that, but as long as the board is hearing all of the messages before the item is acted upon, we can do that. Now, the issue that we run into by not, when you notice a new meeting, whether it's a continuation or not, is you do run the risk of, potential constitutional violations as well as a statutory violation relating to public comment.
All right.
So there's that risk.
Okay, so Carol, as they come in, additional ones come in after the deadline, and what is the cutoff period? We usually cut off at noon on the day of the meeting. This is a 9 a.m. meeting. What do they cut off on Friday at the close of business for a Monday morning meeting?
The board could certainly vote for a cutoff point before that meeting.
Mr. Harris, would Friday at 5 p.m., the Friday before the meeting satisfy, so we don't have anybody that said they didn't have the opportunity to make public comment on Saturday and Sunday?
I would be fine with that.
Okay, so we have a motion to cut off the time. Dr. Robinson?
Could we, when we had lots and lots of people show up in public, we would limit their time, so it wouldn't be 3 minutes? Can we limit the time on the people who would call in between now and then?
We absolutely can, and that would have to be put in the notice so that the public is on notice that they now have less time.
Okay.
I would disagree with that because I think it's disrespectful. I don't think we're going to get that many. It's me, I'm sorry. I don't think I don't know how many we would get, but I just don't think it's right. I mean, as it is, a lot of these people expected to hear themselves at this meeting, I'm sure. So, and I get it. I'm just worried by delaying it this far out that we're going to get thousands more emails again and hundreds of phone calls.
Ms. Brill, we have no choice other than to continue this meeting through midnight and stay here till tomorrow morning.
No, I'm not
to hear
saying
them all.
till tomorrow night, but is there any way we could do it sooner than November? We have to hear all those messages. Never
Somebody's got
mind.
to listen to 1,200 messages.
Yeah,
That's going to
no.
take you guys 20-some hours.
I know, you're right.
Dr. Robinson, you want to make a motion to cut off the time?
I will, after I say that my concern is that then on November 2nd, we would end up trying to figure out if we're going to stay till midnight that night or delay it again and then never get to it and then run out of time. That's the thing. So my motion is that for the public comment for the November 2nd meeting, we would limit it to 1 minute.
So 1 minute for the recorded messages?
Yes.
And you want to put a cutoff time in there also? What day? Friday at 5 p.m.?
And the time was the prior Friday at 5 p.m.
All right, do we have a second on Dr. Robinson's motion? Seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. Any further discussion? Ms. McQuinn?
Well, just to point out, I believe it was the calendar, but I know that we have precedent for limiting comments to 1 minute so that we could hear everyone.
We do. Vice Chair?
We got some emails that I believe Mrs. Baez sent that said the following individuals have called and would like for you to make sure you vote, whatever. Can that be part of this? Can it be, instead of a recorded message, can we just receive the list of people who call in and say that, please vote to rescind or please don't vote to rescind?
Let me make sure I follow what you're asking. If we can
Got
replace.
an email that said the following individuals called in and said they wanted the office to communicate to us to vote to rescind the order. And there was a list of all of those people. They didn't record anything. It was just their names and I believe maybe even their telephone numbers. Is that suffice? Can we also do that?
In the place of the recordings?
Yes.
No, because the policy is very specific about the recordings.
All right, is there any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Brill, are you discussing the motion? You're opposing? Mrs. Whitfield, are you opposing?
No, I wanted to discuss it a little bit more on what Mr. Shaw said.
Okay.
I just was thinking that, could we make it an option for them to leave that as a vote, as what they want us to vote, rather than so we say in the recording, you can say you're for or against and just have it recorded, rather than leave a message if they don't want to?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris, you still there?
Yes, I'm here. They can leave, if they want to leave as a message that they're for or against it, they could cut off the message just saying that.
Bruce, I think the question is, can we add to the notice that individuals are able to email in the place of a recording?
I believe it's in the policy that they can email. Let me look.
But we have hundreds and hundreds of emails already with people telling us how they want us to vote. So, I mean, I don't know how this is going to be any different. I don't want to encourage people to start sending recordings by email, because now the board office has to download recordings that are being sent to us by email. So
That's not what I meant at all.
Sean, let me clear. What I heard was, I called the board office. They answered the phone, and I said, I want the board to vote this way. The assistant then put that in an email to the board in lieu of the person recording the message. So the employee received the message, and she just documented all of that and sent that to the board.
So the question is whether the recorded message can be transcribed and delivered.
So when you're in the legislature in Tallahassee, sometimes people will just call and say which way they want their legislator to vote, and they won't actually leave a full message. So it was just an option for the people that are calling in if they don't feel like leaving a message. It's okay. I just was trying to think of a way to kind of work with Mr. Shaw's suggestion to reduce the volume. That was all I was trying to do.
Mr. Barbieri, policy does allow email.
thank you, Mr. Harris, for that
Yes.
enlightenment.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'm having difficulty wrapping my head around, once you receive the call in, whatever it may be, the board is going to have to listen to it, see it. There's no way around, I guess, getting around having to receive that message, if that makes sense.
And if somebody calls the board office and says, I want the board members to know I want them to vote against it, we're going to get that email from the board office is going to send that out, like Mrs. Bass always does. Your message has been shared with all of the board members. So it's going to be part of the record anyway, the public record, right?
Correct.
Mr. Shaw?
Mrs. Bass, is it possible for you to pull one of those from Maria and send it to Ms. Bernard so that she can see what I'm talking about? Okay, thanks.
All right, is there any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Okay, we just voted on it again, so there was no changes. Motion passed 7-0. No, 6-1, I'm sorry. Ms. Bro, you voted against that based on the 1 minute, I think? Yes. You changed your mind? Okay, so it's 6-1. Got it. Okay. So unless there's anything else, we're going to start the recordings, unless you want to take a vote right now on what time you want to end this meeting, because at 10 o'clock, we have to take a vote anyway to extend. Ms. Brill.
So I'll move that we listen to the recordings until 11:30, since we've spent all this time discussing how long we're going to listen to them.
We have a second. That motion fails for lack of a second. Does somebody want to make a separate motion on another time? Mrs. Andrews?
I move that we stop at 10. I move that we stop at 10.
We have a second on Mrs. Andrews' motion, seconded by Dr. Robinson. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes 6-1 with Ms. Brill in opposition. All right, so if the IT department would start running those and stop them at 10 o'clock for us, please.
This is Jane and Robert Fink about Agenda B like in boy, RD2. We are very much against that principal being put back in the school system. It is unacceptable to us. So we are very much against the principal, agenda BRD2, being reinstated. Jane and Robert Fink.
My name is Marvin Berger, and I live in Boynton Beach. I'm talking about agenda item BRD2. I object to the rehiring of Mr. William Latson, principal of Spanish River High School in Boca Raton. I don't think you'll be making a big mistake by rehiring this man. He doesn't deserve to be hired as a principal of any school. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sherry Kessel, and I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I'm hoping that you will not rehire Dr. William Latson, the former principal of Spanish River High School. I don't believe that he is of the character that we want leading our children. Thank you.
I am calling about agenda BRD2. You cannot reinstate that disgusting Holocaust denier, William Latson. I live in Boca Raton. My name is Phyllis Moranis. You cannot confirm this man. It's shame on you for even thinking of it. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brian Glenn, and I'm calling about agenda item BRD2. I'm calling, and I haven't spoken to a board of education in a long time, but it just irritates me to no end that they would have considered bringing this principal back in any capacity. He must be fired outright, not given any back pay, and dismissed as soon as possible, because bringing him back and the vote that was taken a week or so ago is a disgrace to Palm Beach County and must be reversed at your next meeting. To consider having him anywhere in the schools is a disgrace, as I've said, and it must be reversed. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak at this moment. Good day.
Yes, my name is Donna Greenberg. It is October 19th, 2020, and I am very upset about agenda BRD2 about the principal, William Latson, being reinstated. I am totally against this and him being reappointed. I appreciate those that took a stand, those board members that had the courage to vote against the reinstatement. I am totally against reinstating Principal William Latson. My phone number is 561-271-1831, and I live in Palm Beach County, Meisner Country Club. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
My name is Diane Nathan. I am calling about agenda BRD2. I am begging you, and my husband also, Steve Nathan, we are both begging you to not reinstate Principal William Latson. It is a proven fact that the Holocaust did exist, and it is terrible, absolutely terrible, if you take it out of the history books and not teach our children. I do want to thank those school board members who tried to keep him from being reinstated, and I hope and pray that you do the right thing Wednesday and not let him be part of our children's lives. It would be a huge, huge mistake. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Gail Zaffron, and I'm calling to express my outrage. This is in reference to Agenda BRD2. And my outrage is over the recent decision by the Palm Beach County School Board to reinstate William Latson. I am a Palm Beach County resident, and I've been following this controversy since its inception. No matter how many times many of us read Principal Latson's quotes about the Holocaust, we come to the same conclusion, that it is an abhorrent Holocaust denier. What makes it even more despicable is that being a Floridian educator, he is given the task of teaching about the Holocaust since it is a state mandate. I urge you to do the right thing and set an example that this kind of rhetoric will not be tolerated. If we are to make an impact on our future leaders, we need to teach the truth, the facts, and the proof that hatred, racism, anti-Semitism have no place in our society. Kudos to the 3 board members that have done the right thing and have had the courage to stand up what is right. Thank you, and please consider not reinstating Principal Latson.
Hi, my name is Barbara Weston, and I'm calling about the reinstatement of Principal William Latson. I am very, very upset as to why anyone would reinstate him as principal, since his method of teaching does not hold true and will confuse the students. He is a Holocaust denier, and I am Jewish, and I am very upset about the fact that he does not believe the Holocaust happened, as my grandmother was at Auschwitz, and I know what happened there, and it's a travesty of justice to any thinking person to reinstate Principal William Latson. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Jerry Mae Bassicus. I live in Palm Beach County. I am totally opposed to the rehiring of the principal in any capacity from Spanish River High School. It shows ignorance, the inability to get along with parents, the ability to lie, and most of all, when you work in a community, yes, you have to respect the beliefs of everyone in it. This man did not do that. He refused to apologize, and he stood on the right that principals are to remain negative. I've worked in a school district not so different than this, maybe perhaps more multicultural, Shaker Heights, Ohio, for 25 years. This would not have been tolerated. Never would he have been reinstated. And I am asking the board to look at BRD2, I believe that's Board D2, and not reinstate the principal. Thank you. I wish to thank the board members who voted not to reinstate him, and remind the board members that they work at the pleasure of the community, and that there will be elections in the future, and that they will pay the price for going against a community that not only supports Holocaust education, but believes in all education. For everybody, every single person's beliefs matter. And if people oppose it, that's their privilege. But to deny the Holocaust is to deny history. Thank you very much. Again, it's Jerry Mae Bassicus.
I don't have to comment for 3 minutes. My wrath and my ire are absolutely cohesive. My name is Barbara Friedman. I live in Palm Beach County. The travesty that you have perpetrated, the man needs to be fired. He was fired the first time, and he needs to be fired again. There's no way our children need to be led by someone who is giving false news.
We have enough of that on TikTok and on TV and on every other platform. We can't have it in our schools. You need to do what's best for the children, what's best for learning, what's best for education. The man needs to go, and not in our district. Thank you.
My name is Carol Phillips. I'm calling regarding Agenda BRD2. I would like to begin by thanking those board members that had the courage to vote against the reinstatement of an educator who I believe failed. The Holocaust is fact. There were pictures, there were survivors, many of whom live in our area, that unfortunately are getting older and may not be with us for a very long time. But what came out of that horrible, horrible time in all our lives was that not only 6 million Jewish people perished, there were 12 million people that were killed at that time. And we have come out of it with the words, never forget. And all children should be educated. While we are going through turmoil in our country now and trying to right wrongs, this is a wrong that can never be forgotten. Anti-Semitism is also, you could put it in the category of being a racist, because you cannot have civility in a country where there's hatred of any kind. I urge you to not reinstate this gentleman in the Boca area or as a principal of any school, and I think he needs to take courses and really absorb what transpired during that time in our history. It's sad. It was sad for the world, and the world has to work at making things better. There is no race, religion, or creed of any kind that should have to deal with the hatred that is currently existing in our country against Jewish people and getting worse. He needs to make apologies, and children, it should be mandated that children have to take this course. Whether they choose to believe it or not is one thing, but they at least have to be educated before they can form an opinion. Again, I thank those board members that had the courage to vote against this reinstatement, and I hope that the board will come to their senses and do what is right for everyone. Thank you.
I am calling about the reinstatement vote of Mr. Latson. Mr. Latson could not say that the Holocaust was a fact. Let him visit the Holocaust Museum, as I have done, or in today's world, merely pull up pictures. Note the pictures of the bodies, the pictures of children, the pictures of the children's shoes, etc. Also, as a mass murder of Jews increased, their hair was processed into felt and thread for the industry. It's hard to accept a man as an educator or in an educator capacity not being educated. The Holocaust existed. It is a fact. Instead of being reinstated, perhaps Mr. Latson should spend time educating himself. Thank you very much, Myra Wolf.
Hello, my name is Dina Drandorf. I am a retired educator. I live in Boca Point. I am totally outraged that a principal who was a Holocaust denier has been reinstated in a job to which I feel that he is totally unfit. I am talking about Agenda BRD2. I'm hoping that the board and the superintendent of schools will find another place for this man or put him into some kind of a class where he can learn all about the Holocaust and what really happened to 6 million Jews as well as millions of other innocent people under the Nazi regime. Anyone who denies the Holocaust has no place in public education. And Florida is a state, I understand, that has mandates the Holocaust education. So having anyone in a position of principal of an outstanding high school to
be the principal of that school is the most outrageous and the most despicable thing that I could even imagine. So put him on temporary leave, let him go get educated. If he comes back and can make amends, possibly reinstate him, or perhaps put him in a position in a school maybe that Mel Gibson runs. But I really, really am appalled that my tax dollars are paying the salary of a man who is denying one of the worst tragedies to the human race ever. So this is my opinion. My name again is Dina Drandorf. I live in Boca Point, and I have been a member of the Boca Raton community for the past 21 years, and I am appalled. So I hope that the superintendent and the board will dismiss this man. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Plonskier, and I am a Palm Beach County resident for many years. The agenda that I'm speaking on is B as in boy, R, D, 2. In relation to William Latson, I feel very uncomfortable with reinstating William Latson. I think when you meet on Wednesday, you ought to consider firing him. I, as a Jewish person, take offense to anybody who doubts the Holocaust. I have family members who were Holocaust survivors. And we have seen an uptick in the last 4 years of anti-Semitism. Plus the fact we have a mandate in Florida to teach the Holocaust since 1994. So to me, this is an oxymoron and very unfortunate that they would reinstate a principal who doubts the veracity of the Holocaust when we were slated legally to teach Holocaust education in the schools. Please reconsider and fire William Latson. Thank you very much, Cynthia Plonskier. I'm in Delray Beach, Florida.
My name is Barbara Dundee. I am calling in regard to Agenda BRD2. The school board needs to vote against reinstating Principal William Latson. What he said and did was reprehensible, and he should not be rewarded for this. We're trying to teach children about the Holocaust and the lives that were lost, this horrible atrocity, and that it should never happen again. And then you get a principal like this who lives in a predominantly Jewish area. He should not be reinstated. He should not be allowed near children. He should really be fired. Thank you for hearing me out.
Dear Palm Beach School District Board members, I have been an immigration, civil, and human rights attorney in this county for over 28 years. I am a taxpayer, and I'm very concerned that your decision to rehire Mr. Latson is in fact in violation of Florida state law that prohibits anti-Semitism in our public schools. It is painful to read that former Principal Latson cannot apologize for his comment to a parent since he claims he, quote, can't say the Holocaust is a factual historical event because I'm not in a position to do so as a school district employee, end quote. Any court of law would take judicial notice of the Holocaust. Former Principal Latson has a right to his free speech, as untrue and hateful as it may be. but he does not have the right to such hate speech paid by our taxes and in violation of Florida state law. Holocaust denial is specifically mentioned as a form of anti-Semitism in the Florida state law prohibiting anti-Semitism in our school system, which I have sent all of you in a detailed email. Before our county continues to make international news as a result of your most egregious mistakes of allowing anti-Semitism by employees in our public schools, I hope that you can find a just solution so that legal action against the Palm Beach School District is not required. Thank you very much. Eileen Josephs.
Hello, my name is Joan Sherman. I'm calling about Agenda BRD2. I'm outraged that William Latson is going to be considered for reinstatement. I strongly, strongly insist that this not take place. It's an outrage of his opinions. They do not agree with mine, and I don't want him in this Board of Education or anywhere near Palm Beach County schools. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Link, and I'm calling about Agenda BRD2. I'd like to thank the board members who have had the courage to vote against the reinstatement of this educator, and I would like to have you rethink this decision for those who did vote to have this principal reinstated. It's a very, very poor decision. Thank you.
Hi, this is Ann Litton Knapp, K-N-A-P-P, and I'm calling in regard to the reinstatement of the school principal at Spanish River High School. I am not Jewish. I had been a history teacher for 9 years in Missouri. I follow history and political science and politics very closely. I find it a great travesty to the history of the European countries and to our own country that this man was allowed to be reinstated with his stand on the Holocaust. This was an actual happening. It's just like saying slavery was not an action or a part of American history. This man needs to be removed. He does not need to be in any part of the educational system, whether it be in an office in education, at a state board or county board. He needs to be removed from the total educational system. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Rita Scher, and I'm a resident of Palm Beach County. I am calling regarding Agenda BRD2, which involves the reinstatement of Principal William Latson. I find his behavior unacceptable, actually rather outrageous, and I think that denying the Holocaust ever happened should certainly be reason for dismissal. So again, I am asking the Palm Beach School Board to not reinstate Principal William Latson. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laurel Hecht. I live in Delray Beach. I am calling about the decision to reinstate Latson. I think he's a Holocaust denier. I think that's a cult. And I think with him as the head of running a school is awful. And I think it's anti-Semitic. And I don't know why you guys would even consider it. The agenda is BRD2. Thank you very much.
My name is Geraldine Jaffe. I live in Boynton Beach, Florida, and I am calling regarding Agenda BRD2. I think it is outrageous that the school board has voted to reinstate Principal William Latson and give him his back pay. he has said that he didn't think that he didn't really know if the Holocaust happened. That is outrageous. I have relatives who were killed in the Holocaust, and I suppose that is a made-up thing, that they're dead. Also, how would he like it if I questioned the fact that there was slavery? I mean, we weren't alive when slavery was in the United States, so maybe it never happened. Some people might think it didn't. So how could you, the school board members, even think about reinstating such a man in the education department in Palm Beach County? Please change your mind and do not reinstate him and do not give him his back pay. Thank you.
Yes, this is Ellen North. I live in West Del Rey, and I am calling to state a comment on the BRD2 motion. Please do not reinstate any Holocaust denier who, by definition, is an anti-Semite. People need to know what happened and hopefully never let it happen again. And in the world we're living in now, that seems to be more and more of a frightening issue. So, thank you.
I'm calling regarding Agenda BRD2. How dare you allow Principal William Latson to be reinstated? He is an anti-Semite teaching nothing but disgrace, falsehoods, and lies to our children. He's a travesty. Get him out of office and ban him from ever teaching or being a principal in any school, in any state, anywhere in the country. This man is not fit to be a teacher. My name is Audrey Weitzman, AudreyWeitzman. I am absolutely infuriated that this man even has the opportunity to be voted possibly back into office. Thank you. How's that?
Hello, this is Sherry Janowitz, and I'm calling about Agenda BRD2. I think it is truly unbelievable that this is happening today, that you are going to reinstate this Holocaust denier. The world is hard enough for everybody to live in peace, and this person is making it more difficult. So I'm asking you to please understand my outrage, that you would reevaluate this, that you would reinstate this principle. Thank you.
This is Bernard Janowitz. I'm calling about Agenda BRD2. I want to state that my father and his entire family were from Poland. Most of them came before World War II, from 1918 to, say, 1935. Hundreds of them who did not come were killed in the Holocaust. This is beyond comprehension that an educator would be a Holocaust denier. This is facts. I suggest you go look at the Holocaust museums in Washington, D.C., in New York, or in Israel. This is unbelievable that you would allow somebody to work in the school system who's a Holocaust denier. I am beyond outraged. I think people should stand up and let them know that this should not be allowed in the year 2020. Thank you very much.
Yes, this is Aileen Bormel, and I'm calling about Agenda BRD2. I'm calling because I am actually insulted that they're even considering reinstating Principal William Latson. What he said is outrageous, and under no circumstance should he be allowed to come back to Spanish River. I think it's awful, and I think it's abhorrent. I really think that this needs to be taken into consideration, and I hope someone is listening. Thank you.
Hi, I'm calling about Agenda BRD2. I am outraged by the possibility of reinstating Principal William Latson. Please do not reinstate him. It is your responsibility to take care of the community and not continue to enable this type of thinking. Thank you. Eileen Replace.
Hi, this is Catherine Martinez. I'm a retired teacher, and I would like to say that I'm totally and completely appalled with the way that the school board has handled this issue of Dr. Latson. I'm addressing item number 17 on your agenda. I think that a teachable moment was lost. He should have been reprimanded, and he should have written the apology. Unfortunately, this has been swept under the rug and was only took action when it came out in the media, and now we're left with no good option. Reinstating him has left a terrible precedent. It appears that the school board is supporting the idea that fake news is okay, alternative facts are okay. Think about the Parkland shooting. He has personal experience with that. I wonder if he would have said the same thing if someone had come to him and said Parkland is a hoax. What about Sandy Hook? There are people that are saying this is a hoax and this is not true. What about QAnon? There are people that believe that these are actual facts, and we know this is not true. By reinstating him, it appears that you are supporting the idea that it's okay to disbelieve historical facts like the Holocaust. Unfortunately, because the proper procedures were not followed, therefore, the school board has no legal basis for the firing. And to pursue this matter further will be an expense of more and more money out the door, out down the drain. And in the end, the courts are going to rule against us. So my feeling is that he needs to be kicked upstairs to a isolated department where he has no contact with parents, students, or teachers, and hopefully, eventually, he will come out and give his own apology and explain why we as a school board need to support facts. We need to support historical facts. But the school board has left itself with no good option. In my opinion, you're just going to have to accept the fact that he has a legal basis for being reinstated, not to pursue the matter further because it's just going to mean more expense, more legal expenses, and we're going to lose in the end. I mean, it's a terrible, terrible, terrible situation, but I don't think you're left with any good options. And, maybe this should be a learning, something for the future. Hopefully, everyone will learn from this matter, and so that it will not happen again in the future.
My name is Gary Silverman. I'm a retired New York City school teacher, and I'm calling about the rehiring of William Latson. I think you people should be ashamed of yourselves, even considering letting this man run a school and be in contact with teachers and students. What he did was historically incorrect, and what he said was just plain wrong. I would think that a school board would have more sense. This is nothing could be more important than the educating of our children, and having a man of this character and ilk in contact with our children is just unacceptable, and you really should be ashamed of yourselves. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Diane Kaplan. I live in Delray Beach. I'm calling about Agenda BRD2, about reinstating the board member that is a school board member that is a Holocaust denier. If this person is supposed to be an educator, Florida has a mandate that mandates Holocaust education. And it's abominable to think that someone who was a Holocaust denier would be reinstated on the school board. I'd like to thank the board members who were brave enough to vote against this reinstatement and urge the meeting on Wednesday to reconsider their decision, the 4-3 decision to approve this person to be reinstated. It doesn't sound like someone is a real educator. Thank you, and I hope that this is not the direction our quote-unquote education is going. Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon. My name is Claire Devaney, and I'm a resident of Boynton Beach and registered voter. I wanted to call to address the item B as in boy, R as in Robert, D as in David. That's BRD2. And I wanted to express my my opinion that the reinstatement of William Latson be rescinded and that he not be permitted to be a member of the Palm Beach County Schools as a Holocaust denier. That concludes my opinion, and please take this into consideration. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all of the work done by the Palm Beach County School Board. Thank you. Bye now.
Yes, hello. I'm calling about agenda item BRD2 to reinstate or reconsider the reinstatement of Principal Latson. Please do not do this. I appreciate the board members who voted to not reinstate him, and I implore the rest of the board members to reconsider their previous decision. In this world where we live in today, we do not need more people who want to incite divisiveness among us and who want to show hatred for Jewish people and want to state that the Holocaust never occurred. We know over 6 million people were killed during the Holocaust, most of whom were Jews, but many others as well. And we need to recognize this terrible tragedy in our history, and we need to remember it. We don't need to state that it never occurred. That is a terrible thing to do. I implore you to vote against reinstatement, and my name is Lynn Wegman. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
This is Donnie Fight. I am calling about BRD2 in reference to the reinstatement of Dr. William Latson. I feel very grateful to the board members that voted not to reinstate the principal in the district. I have taught for 25 years and have been privileged to be a teacher in New York, where I did teach the Holocaust and brought my children to a Holocaust museum every year. It is real. It is the most horrific, I think, part of the world's history. It was a disaster. It should not be ignored. It should be taught, and the world should learn from this horrific event where we lost 6 million Jews. So I encourage the other members of the board to educate themselves about the Holocaust and realize the importance it plays in history, so as not to be repeated ever again. Thank you for your time, and once again, thank you to the board members who have voted to not reinstate him.
Hi, my name is Deborah Cohn. I live in Delray Beach, Florida, and I've been following the Agenda BRD2, where you fired a principal and then, due to litigation, rehired him. I want to strongly say whoever ran the case did not do a good enough job, and he should not be rehired. This person does not belong in a state that promotes Holocaust education. Thank you.
My name is Catherine Cohen. I'm calling about Agenda BRD2. Please do not reinstate this person because he doesn't belong in your school district. The Holocaust was real. My family went through it. My friends and my family went through it. It is an absolute sin if you ever bring this man back into this community. Thank you.
Board members, it's 10 o'clock. We made a decision to end this meeting at 10 o'clock, so we need a motion to adjourn. Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. This meeting is adjourned to be reconvened at 9 o'clock on Monday, November 2nd.